If we can get everybody to take a seat, please, we'll get started with our presentations and proclamations in just a moment. So if you're outside, file in, grab a seat, please, and we'll get started in a couple of minutes. Please take your seats. All right, everyone, please take your seats.
Unless you want to.
All right, good morning, everybody. If I can get your attention, please, we'll start our presentations and proclamations. We're going to start today with a family that I've known for a long time and a very important family to Jefferson Parish, especially if you've ever needed any clothing altered along Veterans Boulevard near St. Angela Merici. I went to St. Angela. The parish president went to St. Angela. We've both known this family for a long time, and they've been there for a very long time. So I'll read this proclamation and tell you all about them. Whereas Fashion Tailors of Metairie has proudly served Jefferson Parish and the greater New Orleans community for 47 years, providing unmatched quality, craftsmanship, and personal service. And whereas Juan and Maria Bustamante, who immigrated from Cuba in 1969, founded Fashion Tailors with a shared dedication to excellence and integrity, creating a business that has become a trusted part of the community. And whereas the Bustamante family brought with them a tailoring tradition passed down from grandparents in Spain, a skill and legacy that continues today through their grandchildren, who are here today, Reese, Alex, Carolina, and Nicholas Rasco, who now help out in the shop and carry forward the family name. And whereas Juan and Maria Bustamante raised 3 children, Adrian, Margaret, and Lucy, who benefited from the opportunities the parish provided and who embody the spirit of perseverance and gratitude that defines the Bustamante family. And whereas after the passing of her beloved husband, Juan, Maria Bustamante has remained the heart of Fashion Tailors, guiding the family's legacy with grace, and at the remarkable age of 91, she continues to witness her children and grandchildren carry on the tradition. And whereas their daughter, Margaret Bustamante, a graduate of Cabrini High School and the University of New Orleans, now leads Fashion Tailors with the warmth, dedication, and spirit of service that make her the soul of the business. And whereas the Bustamante family story reflects the very best of Jefferson Parish, reminding us that through hard work, faith, and commitment to community, the American dream can be achieved and passed down through generations. Now, therefore, the Jefferson Parish Council of Jefferson Parish, Louisiana, hereby commends and congratulates fashion tailors of Metairie, Juan and Maria Bustamante, founded the business 47 years ago, 47 years of service to Jefferson Parish. And here's the actual proclamation. Congratulations to all of you for so many years of wonderful service to our community. Including many of the suits that hang in my closet have been altered by this lady. And if you ever walk into the shop, nondescript, right off of Veterans, what's the side street? Hesper, Veterans in Hesper, right there by the canal across from St. Angela. There's a little sign and two little doors. And you walk in and it's like a walk back through time. All the pictures on the wall, including some of Lucy, who I attended St. Angela with years ago, and the family and the business throughout the years. And I know Mr. Juan was such a big part of the company, and I know his loss is still felt by everybody, but you've carried on, the family's carried on, and congratulations again. Wonderful, wonderful contribution to our community. And Margaret, if you'd like to say a couple of words.
Please. I'm not a public speaker, but this comes from the bottom of our heart. We cannot thank you enough for this day. Thank you, Scott, for this. Madam President, the council, everyone's doing a fantastic job. It's been our privilege and honor to be in the parish, to do the best that we can. We will continue to go as long as we can, because it's a pleasure living in this area. And we commend the parish for doing such a wonderful job in continuing a safe place to live, to work, and to play as well. Thank you so very much. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Do any of the grandkids want to say anything? If anybody likes a spotlight, here you go. There's your chance.
I haven't lived here for very long, but the time that I have helped out at the shop, it's been so fun meeting everybody, working, and just like the community is awesome.
I love visiting the shop when I used to come visit, and it's something that I really love. It's a place that's awesome and has a lot of memories for me.
Whoever's in here, if you'd like to take a picture with us, please. And I'll hold your proclamation up for you. I'm hoping this proclamation has a place on the wall in the shop, but that wall is very crowded with a lot of framed pictures. Everybody in? Can we do one with just the family, too?
Yeah. That's right. Thank you. That's so sweet.
Okay, you want to hold?
Thank you, guys. I know y'all have a lot of business to get to. I'll be right along.
Okay, everybody, here we go. On three. 1, 2, 3. We get another one on three. 1, 2, 3. And one more. 1, 2, 3.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you all for being so kind to my family. Really appreciate you all.
And she wanted to get this done quickly right at the beginning of our presentations because she has to get back to the shop to get to work this morning. Thank you all. Do you want to say anything?
She's emotional. She's an emotional.
Well, I'll pass along her gratitude and thanks for all this. I don't think you're a day over 81. You look great. 91 and still pumping. Keep it up. Thank you all for the great work.
Now up next, Councilman Lozelberg.
Good morning. 11 Keysmano. Have a proclamation for this brave young man. As brave as he is, he couldn't help being brave. He's the grandson of Frank Keysmano, who's a retired fireman. Whereas on Tuesday, August 5th, 2025, a two-alarm fire broke out at a two-story apartment complex in the 2100 block of Woodlawn in Metairie, Louisiana, resulting in 6 reported injuries, including severe burns to an infant and a civilian, and minor injuries to 4 firefighters. And whereas during this emergency, 6-year-old Levin Rain Keysmano, a resident of Jefferson Parish and a student at Atonement Lutheran School, noticed the fire while taking out the trash near the scene. And whereas Levin acted with remarkable courage and presence of mind beyond his years by calling 911 to report the fire and initiating the emergency response that may have saved multiple lives. Whereas neighbors and witnesses have stated that some civilians, inspired by quick actions such as Levin's, worked to assist residents of the burning building before professional firefighters arrived. And whereas Levin is known in his community as a vibrant and active child who enjoys playing soccer, riding his bicycle, riding his dirt bike, and whose sense of responsibility and bravery serve as an example to people of all ages. And whereas it is fitting and proper to recognize the honor and extraordinary courage and swift action of young Levin Rain Keysmano, whose decisive call for help exemplifies the highest standards of community service and heroism, now therefore the Jefferson Parish Council hereby recognizes Levin Rain Keysmano for his bravery, quick thinking, service to others during a time of crisis. Levin. If the council and parish president would like to join us. Hang on, Levin. Thank you.
Here we go on 3. 1, 2, 3. Get another. 1, 2, 3, and one more. 1, 2, 3.
All right, I have one more. Well, several, but it's it'll go quickly as one. As everybody may or may not recall, just recently we had the P1 powerboat races that we brought back to Jefferson Parish in District 5. It really was a massive undertaking. It's something that many of you remember 20 years ago. That was a big part of this community. Well, we were able to bring it back. We had so many departments that pulled together to pull this thing off. We had a rainstorm. The parish was right there putting down straw. I mean, the parish departments went above and beyond to pull this thing off. It was a huge success. P1 Powerboat Racing was very gracious, and they want to come back. They told us that, just what God gave us by way of lake and topography, they're happy with, but our response and the way that we treated them, they were even more happy with. So they will be back. Hopefully this will be something that we can do every year. And I just want to thank the departments that made this work. So I have proclamations for each of you. If y'all can step up, please. Citizens Affairs. Donna Russo and Barry Sprague. Where's Barry? All right. Danielle Martinez, the council. Wait, don't go anywhere, Donna. You know the drill. Parkways, Brian Parks. Bryce Bordelon, Marcus Connolly Williams, Joseph Davis, Roy Dominic, Brian Gilliott, Darrell Johnson, Mark Menoir, Michael Muller, Dalton Gonzalez, Brad Gratton, Abraham Oro, Michael Perry, and Brian Joseph. Research and Budget, Jeremy Dwyer, Deantrell Green, and Bobby Palmisano. Risk Management, Maria Leon, James Thompson. Streets, Brooke Burmaster, Tyrone Dukes, Arthur Clayton, Bobby Farrell, Colin Pembroke, Larry Smith, Susan Hall, Mark Menoir, Tarl Thornton, and Tyrell Penitent. Parks and Recreation. Is that the right one? Leo Webb, Harold Bueller, Maverick Charles, Anthony Kapora, Kyle Besk, Ramon Jackson, Sidney Watkins, Jennifer Menoir, Jamal Chapman, Melvin McElway, Kelvin Ray, Thomas Walker, Cornelius Lathers, Trey Martinez, Dave Stevens, Mitch Meyer, Andre Robert, Leslie Dominic, Yamil Perrier, Brian Lecomte, Preston Cantrell, Darrell Jack, Alfred Alexander, Leland Rodriguez, Xavier Arroyo, Gary Schmidt, Jerry Constant, Ethan Landry, David Abity, Jarrett Carmouche, Darren Cook, and Nick Nauman. And finally, Traffic Engineering, Susan Treadway, Denzel Terrence, James Vasquez, David Cochran, Kenneth Morrow, Ronnie Scott Jr., Daniel Austin, Solomon Collins, Jerron Ray, Perry Millsap, Greg Fervin, Eric Forrest, Joseph Hargrove, Mike Ricks, Joe Parker, Stephen Luck, and last but not least, Carl Holmes. Guys, thank y'all so much. We couldn't have done this without y'all. If y'all can come up, and I have your proclamation. If we can get a picture, council, please step up. Parish, Madam President. Good job, engineer. All right, thank y'all so much.
We're gonna do it long ways this way.
All right, yeah, we're gonna have to. Probably ought to go back. Yeah.
We get y'all spread out around this way to get a photo. So act like y'all like each other and come on.
Everybody get tight.
And be sure to invite him to.
I will.
Yeah.
Y'all come on in and get close. I even put on deodorant for this occasion.
Yeah, probably so. You want something to feel down? If you can. Don't get close. Close and personal.
As we workers comp, getting people tight up. I'll get down there.
Who screwed that up?
I ain't doing down there. That's what I was gonna say. If I get down there, it's gonna be a workers' comp claim. All right, guys, we have coffee and donuts across the hall for y'all. Thank y'all so much. Appreciate all y'all did. Thank y'all. Thank you. Thank you. Thank y'all.
Yes, sir. Thank you, man.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Oh, you're welcome.
Yeah, right across the way. Jerry, make sure your crew goes to get coffee and donuts. language.
Yeah, hopefully. I tried to see the city.
All right, that's it for presentations and proclamations. We'll start the meeting in about 8 minutes.
Yeah, I made that mistake. Thank you.
Hi, Mark. I haven't said much. I'm good.
Listen, I've got plenty of them over here for you. Your purse and stuff. I'm okay.
I'm good. I think as long as it's underneath here, we'll be okay.
Yeah.
Just keep it directed towards your situation.
Y'all didn't see that? Nobody saw it.
Where did you say those dollars came from? Baker's dozen.
Oh, somebody in the audience. We're out of agendas in fact. Look at the agenda. All the copies have been taken. I don't know what the protocol is.
Do the directors bring their own?
Yes, the directors bring their own. We're not taking them. It's other people. So I don't know if we have to have agendas available or not. I don't know if it's I'm gonna ask Tony.
You can see if Mayor Danielle can put some or.
Shit, because I saw directors come.
That's why I said it, because I wanted to put it on the board.
They out of agendas already?
Yeah. We had 60 of them.
We're good. It's a courtesy. We're good, Liz. The lawyers say we're good.
Okay.
I can go put these in the bag.
Okay.
If everybody can take your seats, we'll start the meeting in about 2 minutes, please. Everybody take your seats, please. We'll start the meeting in 2 minutes. Or 1 minute now.
So we're going to move to those items after the parish president speaks. We're going to move to those items after the parish president speaks. Okay. And then I added the language. I would suggest doing like after the yeah. So and then we can open the I put in a language to open the public comment just for those items, and then we can go back after and then open the public comment for anything else. Yes. For 5, yeah. 147 to 151. They'll have their 3 minutes to speak just on those items, and then we can go back. Thank you. I would, that, no, because it's not ordinances, yeah. Yeah, no, that's okay.
All right, good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Jefferson Parish Council meeting for Wednesday, August 20th, 2025. We're at the Joseph S. Yenni Building, 1221 Elmwood Park Boulevard, Jefferson, Louisiana. This meeting is now called to order. Thank you all for being here this morning. Madam Clerk, please lead us in our invocation this morning. And the pledge while you're at it.
Father, Son, Holy Spirit, God the Father of this nation has promised us grace, mercy, and peace. Let us keep our eyes on our Lord, who has protected our nation to this point. Grace, mercy, and peace will be with you from God the Father and from the Lord Jesus Christ, the Son of the Father, in truth and love. Amen. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Chairman Walker.
Present.
Councilwoman Van Rankin.
Present.
Councilman Kerner. Councilman Bonanno.
Here.
Councilman Lee.
Here.
Councilwoman Bohannon.
Present.
Councilman Logeberg.
Here.
Parish President Ms. Lee Shane.
Here.
And I've completed the roll.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Before we get started, we have a picture to pop up on the screen, everybody, if you'll look at your monitors. It's coming.
That's beautiful.
It's a dramatic pause. It's coming.
Yeah.
Now, if you'll all look at your monitor, there's a picture that's going to pop up. I know Rachel's got this, working diligently. Best laid plans. If you can imagine how cute Tim Kerner Jr.'s new daughter is, that is who we'll eventually see in the picture.
Miss Holland Kate.
Holland Kate Kerner, would you like to say a few words about the new addition to your family, Councilman Kerner?
I'll say I'm more in survival mode than right now. But no, look, thank y'all. It's a beautiful little girl. My wife blessed me with two beautiful little girls. I'm very, very thankful. So
You need to
why
go
we
get
fight so hard.
Better go get a second job and start saving up.
Look. Aww.
There she is.
Beautiful.
But now I got to pay for 2 weddings. So after my tenure as council, I have to go into private.
Only 5 behind Councilman Logeberg.
Right.
Some of us don't feel sorry for you, Councilman.
And as the father of 2 boys, I can confidently say I have no idea what you're in store for the next couple of decades. Congratulations. All right, now, Madam Clerk, the floor is yours to address. Madam President, the floor is yours to address the council. My apologies.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and honorable council members. I'm going to start talking about our bond rating. I want to address this issue of the withdrawal of our bond rating and explain the reasons for this and provide you with the latest information. It's important to note that this is not a downgrade of our bond rating. This is a withdrawal due to a lack of information, namely our inability to produce the audited financial statements. For the past few years, we have had high turnover for some key financial and accounting positions in the parish, as well as through that, multiple accounting directors. This turnover has posed challenges in our ability to timely produce the audited financial statement. The good news is our accounting director is on today's agenda to be ratified. She is a CPA with extensive governmental experience. We've had to deal with many emergencies, as you know, over the past couple of years, from COVID to many storms, and we have been fortunate, and this was new to the parish these past couple of years with this funding. We have had an inflow of over $370 million over the past years because of these emergencies. These grant funds represented about 15 times the average annual workload that we have, and without a corresponding increase in staff. I will say, actually, with staffing issues that the rest of the country and many municipalities and government agencies are seeing, and that's well documented in that world. Obviously, this presents a workload issue at a time, as I said, with a nationwide shortage of financial professionals, particularly in governmental accounting. I came from that world. I'm a former CPA. Very, very low rates of people going into that field now. It's a competitive workforce market, and we, as I've said, we are feeling that in Jefferson Parish as well. To help address this issue, we also brought in an accounting firm to help make up for our lack of personnel. We're now stabilizing and building a strong team to tackle the 2023 audit and taking proactive steps as well right now on the 2024 audit. We hope to have our 2023 audit filed by the end of September and be back on schedule for our 2025 audit. We've filed all the required disclosures. There's no impact to interest rates, and we have no need to issue any debt at this time. We are financially strong, paying our debt obligations and vendors. We're also exploring ways to restructure our finance department with the assumption that we live in a hurricane-prone zone, and this amount of grant funding may be the way of the future, even though it wasn't what our past looked like. This kind of funding revenue and reimbursements are gonna be with us for some time in the future, and we want to restructure a finance department that recognizes that, and so we can better handle our daily workload. So we are looking at that, and certainly council members will keep you informed before we make any changes on that restructuring. And then, as you know, and many of our departments know, our team has also been very busy working towards implementing a brand new financial management system to replace the decades-old AS400 system that was put into place in 1996. We want to update that system. That system is so old we can't even find proper personnel to maintain that system. So that is a very, very large undertaking. And so we hope to, once we get caught up with the audit, we will really move forward a lot with a much more modern and better working financial situation with a new financial system and a new reorganization. I want to talk about the firefighter pay study. The pay study is now complete. I reviewed it. Our administration met with each of our council members. You all were provided with a copy. We also provided a copy to the Jefferson Firefighters Association and met with them last week for 2 hours to discuss the study and some of our initial recommendations. The administration is committed to bringing entrance salaries up to competitive rates. However, we need to be able to do so with the existing money that taxpayers have given us. As has been discussed, the parish is currently restricted in addressing pay disparities at the entrance scale due to current state legislation going back many years. Over this time, this disparity has remained and has been exacerbated due to this very cumbersome state law. We've offered recommendations to address this. We are continuing to discuss with the Jefferson Firefighters Association about this budget, and we actually have another meeting tomorrow. Jefferson Parish Recreation, we're so proud of all of our JPRD teams who participated in their respective baseball and softball World Series. Our 17U JPRD East and West, which is a combination team, played in the Dixie Boys Baseball Tournament held in West Monroe, Louisiana. The 10U Mike Miley Playground played in the Diamond Youth Baseball Tournament held in Lexington, South Carolina. And the 8U, 10U, 12U, 14U, 16U, and 18U softball teams played in the Babe Ruth World Series in Florence, Alabama. A big congratulations to our 8U Eastbank and 18U Westbank softball teams who are World Series champions, as well as our Girard 7 and 8 and our Mike Miley 9 and 10 year groups on the Diamond Youth State champions. So congratulations to everyone. Our purchasing department, we want to recognize a team who participated in the U.S. Small Business Administration's Connecting the Dots Small Business Expo on August 15th at the Judco Conference Center in Avondale. Our staff met with vendors and prospective vendors to share information and answer questions from those interested in doing business with Jefferson Parish. Jefferson Protection and Animal Welfare Services, JPAWS, is currently running a foster campaign using clever names like FAFO, Foster, and Find Out, and WTF, Wanting to Foster, to encourage people to consider fostering a pet. If you've ever thought about adopting but weren't sure how it would work out, you can take a pet home for a weekend, a week, or even just an outing, and JPAWS provides everything you need, including leashes, food, and crates. If interested, stop by JPAWS at 2701 Lapalco Boulevard in Harvey. Our Ilario Center has some big events scheduled to take place this month. The Great Southern Gun and Knife Show is this Saturday and Sunday, and the USA Dodgeball National Championships runs from August 29th through August 31st. Our library system has many different events and programs. Westwego, Lakeshore, and Belterre libraries have launched Memory Cafe, a regularly scheduled monthly gathering of caregivers and their loved ones coping with memory issues such as dementia. Smartphone workshops for seniors are offered at both the Eastbank and Westbank regional libraries on a weekly basis. For a full schedule of classes and required registration, visit calendar.jplibrary.net. And our librarian, Gwen Kelly, will launch a series of 8 genealogy study classes at the Westbank Regional Library on select Thursdays through December 18th, beginning September 4th at 7 p.m. The 20th anniversary of Hurricane Katrina will be marked through a library program that includes a lecture on August 26th at 7 p.m. by artist Phil Sandusky, who painted landscapes of the storm's aftermath. And then, good news on the bicentennial license plate. We're excited to finally announce the release of the Jefferson Parish bicentennial license plate. Residents can now show their love of Jefferson Parish everywhere they go by purchasing the newest specialty plate offered to Louisiana drivers. Any citizen of Louisiana can apply for the Jefferson Parish bicentennial license plate. The cost of the plate is a $50 royalty fee, with proceeds benefiting the Jefferson Parish Community Foundation, registration fees, an $8 handling fee, and a $3.50 administrative handling fee. The recommended method to purchase is to complete the online process for special plates on the Office of Motor Vehicles website. That's www.expresslane.org/vehicles/plates. Immediate issuance of the Jefferson Parish Bicentennial License Plate is also available through select OMV field offices and various public tag agent locations. And that concludes my remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. Anybody have comments or questions for the Parish President? All right. Thank you, Madam President. Any objection to suspending the rules to take agenda items 147 through 151 out of order on motion of Councilman Bonanno, seconded by Councilman Walker? Hearing none, so ordered. So now we open the public comment on agenda items 147 through 151. Anyone wishing to speak on these items can do so now. You must turn in a request to speak card from the back of chambers to our clerk.
Mr. Chairman, I would
like 3 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to recognize Ms. Emily Arata and Dr. Schote from Oshner to talk about their plans for this facility.
Oh, hang on, Emily. Hang on. There you go.
Good morning. I'm Emily Arata, 1514 Jefferson Highway, 70121. I'm here on behalf of Oshner Health and appreciate the opportunity to speak with you this morning. You all have several items on your agenda that would enable the development of a project that my colleague, Dr. Schote, and I are here to talk about how this will benefit the parish in terms of delivering high-quality health care, creating economic opportunity, improving drainage, and also fostering the kind of collaborations that'll benefit this community for years to come. I think our team is going to pull up some images of the rendering of the proposed Oshner Medical Complex airline. This project will be developed in partnership with Oshner, the New Orleans Saints, the Pelicans, and the Andrews Institute. This project would be located on the LaSalle Tract at the corner of Airline Highway and Tom Benson Way, adjacent to the Oshner Sports Performance Center, which is where the Saints and the Pelicans have their practice facilities. Through this project, in partnership with the Andrews Institute, it would be anchored by orthopedics and sports medicine. This project will allow a state-of-the-art facility combined with the experts at the Oshner Andrews Institute to really be a destination for care for athletes of all levels, whether it's the professionals up the road or the high school students in this community, to receive world-class sports medicine. Again, Dr. Schote will provide more details on what this project will mean in terms of clinical capabilities. But I would just add that this is a 2-story facility, 46,000 square feet, that will provide other services as well, including pediatrics, women's services, physical therapy, lab, and imaging. In terms of economic impact, this project will represent a $45.6 million private investment into Jefferson Parish. According to an economic impact study conducted by Dr. Lauren Scott, this project will generate more than $134 million in economic impact in the parish. In addition, the project will create more than 60 new permanent jobs in the parish. And we believe a project of this caliber and of this magnitude will spur additional development on the LaSalle Tract and along the Airline Highway corridor, which we know is a priority for you all to revitalize. Finally, in terms of drainage, we know that drainage is a top priority for this parish. It's a top priority for your constituents. Oshner will invest more than $1 million to design and develop a retention pond on this parcel. This detention pond will provide drainage improvements and enhancements, not just for the project, but for the entire LaSalle track. And again, those enhancements and improvements for drainage are at no cost to the parish. With that, I'd like to turn it over to my colleague, Dr. Stephen Choate, who is an orthopedic surgeon and sports medicine specialist, and he is the head team physician for the New Orleans Saints. Dr. Choate?
You have 3 minutes, Doctor.
All right, good morning. I'm at the same address, 1514 Jefferson Highway, 70121. I am the head team physician of the Saints. I've been with the team now for 8-9 years. I'm the associate team physician for the Pelicans. I have a unique perspective on what's required to take care of these athletes at the highest level. Just as a side note, there's a trend, particularly in the NFL, all across the country, where health systems are partnering with these professional organizations to provide a sports health, a center of excellence, pretty close, adjacent to these facilities, Denver, Minnesota, Cleveland, all over the country. And so we really need to kind of stay up with what's the trend nationally with what's required to take care of these athletes. So I also take care of five high schools here in town in Delgado. So I know what's required also to take care of collegiate athletes and high school athletes. So what Oshner does uniquely is we provide multi-specialty care really across the board in a collaborative way, which I think is very efficient for all patients, but especially athletes. And what this center is going to do, I think, is really be the next evolution of that, allow us to provide comprehensive care to not only the Saints and the Pels, but all of our athletes here in the community. So it's going to offer labs, imaging, orthopedic care, primary care, sports medicine, the ability to do all of our injections on site, pediatrics, women's health as adjuncts for the family members of these athletes, which I think is quite unique. We've had almost 5 years a partnership with Dr. James Andrews, who's a world-renowned orthopedic surgeon. His center's over in Gulf Breeze, and this is going to really be a mirror image of his facility, which really has been outstanding in terms of bringing in athletes from across the region and the country. So it's going to be a best practices, sort of shared collaborative approach. The project, I think, is a testament to the strong partnership between Oshner Health and New Orleans Saints and the Pelicans. I have the privilege, again, of working with these athletes, and I'm really excited about the facility itself. More than anything, I think it's an investment in the health and the wellness and prosperity of Jefferson Parish, and I'm very grateful for the support from the council, the Saints, the Pelicans, and the community as we move forward with this transformative project, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Good morning, council members. Jerry Bologna, 700 Churchill Parkway, Avondale, Louisiana. I'm president of the Jefferson Economic Development Commission, and I just wanted to underscore the importance of this type of project to Jefferson Parish. For the last 10 or 15 years, our medical infrastructure has been a linchpin in the Jefferson Edge, the long-term strategic plan of this parish. And why it is so important is because we know that the people that are traveling to Jefferson Parish for world-class health care leads to additional economic impact. It's not just the $45 million in direct spending that Oshner will make, but it's the nights in hotels, it's the meals at restaurants, it's those secondary and tertiary benefits that really benefit this parish. And then going back further than the 15 years of this being in the Jefferson Edge, the continued revitalization and upgrades of Airline Drive also play into this. So this is a very important project to us, and we're pleased to support Oshner in this endeavor.
Anyone else to speak on items 147 through 151 on the agenda?
Frankie Hires, trying to spark a little curiosity and where we go. I appreciate being able to get to this one because, 3 minutes for that is rough. Just intolerable results. I looked at this agenda a couple nights ago, read it over across a live TikTok, so anybody that was interested could go in back and check out some of this stuff. And the stuff that happens at LaSalle, first off, I think you got a question with order. I think that you do things on this agenda in order, right? So one item comes after the next. And I think that you kind of messed up on that a little bit, in that you put a cart before the horse. You devote things to this corporation that you haven't actually approved yet. So if you're doing this in order, I think you have to approve of the corporation before you do things that do that for the corporation. There's another instance, I think, in the agenda where this occurs as well, where you basically devote things to an organization, whether it's a public benefit corporation, in this case, or some other entity that's associated with the parish but not obliged to any public scrutiny. Public benefit corporation. If the government does anything and names it something, you can guarantee it's the opposite. There's not going to be any benefit for the public here. I'm a season ticket holder. I love the Saints. I wrote the best Saints song ever. Little Market Team, look it up. I appreciate what they've done there. Right? I live right off of Airline. So I'm not opposed to a good deed. And if the power to approve any of this was done and or accomplished by any means prescribed constitutionally, I'd have no argument to make against this. But that corridor of Airline, one of the most disenfranchised parts of the parish. Walk the streets, and District 3, District 2 collide here. District 4 even slides down into this area. It's no wonder that it looks a mess. Looks a mess. And when I hear hundreds of millions of dollars of economic development here and tens of millions of dollars there, we the people, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, and then the thing that brought me here firstly, ensure domestic tranquility. Tens of millions, hundreds of millions of dollars, $3.5 million to your own discretionary funds earned off of interest from my money. And by me, I mean the royal me. The people, me. You distribute $3.5 million to yourselves. You offer up a token gesture where you're going to beef up a lottery system to benefit maybe the firemen. Tens of millions, hundreds of millions of dollars. I'm guessing there's probably less than 30, maybe, I'll give you 50 firemen that are underpaid, paid less than $15 an hour, and we can't reconcile this with Oshner. Oshner, I've got 15 minutes. Oshner, my leverage.
This is public comment. You don't have 15 minutes. This is public comment. You're done. I'm not out of order. You're done. Yes, you are. You have 3 minutes, just like the rest of public comment at the beginning of the meeting. If you study the agenda that closely, you would know that. If anyone... Please don't speak from the seats. Yes, Mr. Lee.
I thought I heard them say that this is just private money.
Yes.
Just want to be clear, because I thought I heard that.
And we have the public comment, then we vote on it just like everything else. So there's nothing that's happening out of the norm here. Is there anybody else who would like to speak on 147 through 151 on the agenda during this public comment portion of the meeting where you get 3 minutes? All right. Madam Clerk, please read item 151.
Mr. Chairman,
I'm sorry.
before you do that,
Councilman Banana.
I'd like to make a few comments. So it's very important for people.
Sir, if you want to speak, you can come up. Go ahead. You want to let him speak first?
Yeah, absolutely.
I didn't see him get up. I'm sorry.
Absolutely.
Albert Brady, 217 Jefferson 70121.
Pull the mic down towards you a little bit. Thank you.
Mentioned the drainage. You're not improving the drainage, you know that. But the retention pond, once you give them permission to build a retention pond, and 20 years goes by, and somebody wants to build a building, they're going to fill in that drainage pond, and they're going to do what they want to do. The thought here is, as I mentioned to y'all concerning the hospital, with the underground water storage is something that all buildings in Jefferson Parish should have. You don't want to eat up your parish with retention ponds. You want the builders, the engineers, to devise the system to hold the water. Hold it. Hold the water, and when the rain stops and the water goes down, then you empty your under the building retention ponds. If you'd go to that place in New Orleans, the largest Baptist church in the city of New Orleans, and ask to see that, you'd then know what I'm talking about. That's all I have to say.
Anyone else on items 147 through 151?
Sir, quite to the contrary.
Oh, we got one more, Councilman Banana. Sorry.
How's it going? Charles White, 5813 Arrow Street. It's the first I've heard about this program, so I'm not necessarily opposed to it or against it. But I'm just curious on the traffic issue with that area. I run there every day at LaSalle. I probably logged millions of miles on that park. And there's already traffic issues with everything else they've built there between the Saints, the baseball getting bigger, everything else. And I know I've trained a lot of children out there through public schools that will use that track also. And then just adding another thing to that area, just to me, just builds traffic, turns this park that's a running lane, a walking lane, to me, a little bit more unsafe than it already is beginning to be. So that's one of my questions. And then also, I believe that is a bird sanctuary in that section also. That whole area that I understand is a wildlife or bird sanctuary to begin with. And if they're tearing that down, what is the legality of that? That's all I've got.
And is there anybody else before Councilman Bonanno has his responses? All right, Councilman Bonanno.
Quite to the contrary, we're improving drainage there. We're building a bigger retention pond that exists today, and it will actually reduce the amount of water going into our drain system because it will hold the water until the canals drain down. So that is exactly what we're doing. To understand the issue, you have to understand that in 2008, my predecessors approved a lease for this piece of property for 50 years. The lease was between the parish, the Louisiana Superdome and Expedition District, the state of Louisiana, and the Saints to develop a sports complex on this site. That plan never became reality. So the site has been sitting since 2009, not being used, not generating revenue for the parish, not providing any opportunities to the parish. And let me mention, the previous lease was at no cost. The people of Jefferson Parish would not have got a penny. We have negotiated a $5 million payment for the use of this property, $5 million, and it's dedicated to recreation in Jefferson Parish. The other thing is the drainage improvements. And so, I'm not going to sit here and allow this property to go unused till 2049 because the lease is valid. So till 2049, if we don't do something today, this property does not get put into use. And yes, we look at the traffic. We have our traffic plans looked at. That's one of the approval levels is it has to go to traffic engineering. And this is a stadium, ladies and gentlemen. We're remodeling the stadium right now into a football, soccer, rugby, lacrosse stadium, and it's going to have a concert stage built in it, just like they do at the Superdome. So soon, we're going to go to construction, hopefully in January, February, on the renovations to the stadium, and that facility is going to get a lot busier, because it should be. That facility should be used every weekend, and it will be generating jobs and revenue for the parish. This hospital is going to bring athletes in from all around the country. Dr. Andrews is a world-renowned orthopedic surgeon who has a hospital in Florida right now. Professional athletes from every sport, college athletes from every sport, high school athletes are going to come to this facility and spend their money in Jefferson Parish at our hotels and our restaurants to get treatment in the hospital. And that's why this facility is so important to the future of LaSalle Park and to the future of Jefferson Parish. Mr. Hires mentioned that Airline Highway needs redevelopment. I could not agree with you more. This facility is going to stimulate the redevelopment of Airline Highway. Mr. Hires made the comment that we're getting nothing out of it. I don't think $5 million, Mr. Hires, is getting nothing out of it. I wish you would educate yourself more about issues before you get up here and speak. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman Bonanno. Madam Clerk, item 151, please.
A resolution authorizing a second amendment to the amended and restated land use agreement with the state of Louisiana and the Louisiana Stadium and Exposition District to release a portion of ground located within G1B Elmwood Lafreniere Plantation for further development of the LaSalle track.
Councilman Bonanno.
Approval.
Any objections to the adoption of that resolution? A motion of Councilman Bonanno, seconded by Councilman Walker. Hearing none, so ordered. Item 150, please.
A resolution approving the creation of a public benefit corporation known as the LaSalle Park Area Development Corporation, and approving the attached articles of incorporation.
Councilman Bonanno?
Move for approval.
Any objection to the adoption of that resolution? A motion of Councilman Bonanno, seconded by Councilman Walker. Hearing none, so ordered. 149, please.
A resolution approving the cooperative endeavor agreement among the Parish of Jefferson, the LaSalle Park Area Development Corporation, and GMB Properties, LLC, to provide for the use of 13.1453 acres of land for the development of sports medicine facility, which will further strengthen ties between Jefferson Parish and the professional sports franchises and provide an economic enhancement to the citizens of Jefferson Parish.
Councilman Bonanno?
Move for approval.
Any objection to the adoption of that resolution? A motion of Councilman Bonanno, seconded by Councilman Walker. Hearing none, so ordered. 148, please.
A resolution authorizing a ground lease between the Parish of Jefferson and LaSalle Park Area Development Corporation of a 13.1453 acre tract of land located at LaSalle Park for the future development of the park at no direct cost to the parish.
Councilman Bonanno?
Move for approval.
Any objection to the adoption of that resolution? A motion of Councilman Bonanno, seconded by Councilman Walker. Hearing none, so ordered. And 147, please.
A resolution approving and authorizing the Parish of Jefferson to sign as intervenor in the development sublease agreement between LaSalle Park Area Development Corporation and GMB Properties, LLC, for the use of a 10.8351 acre tract of land for the future development LaSalle Park.
Councilman Bonanno?
Move for approval.
Any objection to the adoption of that resolution? A motion of Councilman Bonanno, seconded by Councilman Walker. Hearing none, so ordered. Now we go to the rest of our public comment on the agenda or addendum agenda. Anyone who has comments about any item on the agenda or addendum agenda can speak now. Please fill out your request to speak card in the back of chambers. You have 3 minutes to speak. State your name and address for the record.
I have way close today to get in and get out. Nancy Pearson, 8924 Rensu Drive, President of the River Ridge Community Association. We have a couple of things that we're interested in at this meeting. 55, hopefully you will be approving the beautification of Jefferson Highway in District 2. We were hoping that District 3 and District 2 would both put out the bids at the same time. That didn't happen, but the bids for, I think, are going to be approved today for District 2, and we're hoping that Councilman Lee, that we'll get those moving on your end so we can get the other end of River Ridge started pretty quickly. The second item is 113. This is something that I've been before the councils for many, many years. It started with Councilman Johnston in District 2 with Coventry Court with the drainage project that pumped to the river. That's been extended a couple of times, I believe, and now it's being extended. This is just, I think, the contract with the consultant to design it. It started, like I said, under Councilman Johnston, and it's being extended to 2029. And the councilman spoke to us last week about it, but we would like some explanation of why it's taken so long to get to the point where they're going to start. Either they're going to build it or they're not. They're not going to build it, put it up for sale, and let somebody build a big, beautiful mansion back there. The third thing is 154. And I think Mr. Gibbs has to be commended, honored, whatever. Little Farms Playground is probably the oldest and the smallest playground in Jefferson Parish. And it's probably one of the most used. If you go in that area, you see you can't get near the park in the afternoon. You have children playing there, their baseball, so on and so forth. You have their siblings, you have their parents, their grandparents, and their neighbors. And it hadn't been renovated. I've been there for 35 years. So he should be congratulated. I'm not sure anybody really read any of these resolutions. They read the agenda and not much of the resolutions. But this gentleman is donating $500,000 for the kids in River Ridge to have a better playground. How many of us can say we've donated anything? So I think he should be commended for that, and the association definitely wants to. The last thing,
30 seconds.
30 seconds, is I hope that every council person read that lease on 185 with the old Kmart. My biggest concern, and our biggest concern, is, again, the traffic issue. In the afternoons, you can't get in and out of here. That's going to bring a lot more traffic, and so I'm hoping that that goes in before all the people start moving in, and the deliveries and the Walmart deliveries and the Amazon deliveries and all start, that y'all deal with the traffic first before we have to do it after the fact.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Pearson, with respect to the beautification projects, as you know, we've had a lot of trials and tribulations getting DOT to approve permits. So they treating both of these pieces of beautification separately, because one is at the Kenner side, one's at the Harahan side. We're getting ready to bid the second phase as well, so that's coming. And we're going to continue to work with Representative Bigg and Senator Talbot to get the DOT to approve the signs and the trees, which they haven't approved yet. With respect to Coventry Court, it's not going to take till 2029. That the Public Works Department always puts additional time in there just to make sure we can finish it. But trust me, it's moving forward. It's a very complicated project. Anytime you have to bury a pipe under people's houses and then go up and over the levee, there's a ton of permits that have to be approved, including the Corps. But Mr. Drews, I don't know if you have any additional stuff you want to add to that.
You're pretty accurate there. Look, we put that extra time because that engineer is also going to go through that job until it's completely constructed, which will take several years, and then any closeout cost, et cetera. So that's why you're going to see 2020.
Very good. We just don't want another Sauvé thing.
No.
That's a mess down there.
Also, if you notice on this agenda, Ms. Pearson, we're approving a bid for the Russell Street Pumping Station project, which is going to take water out of River Ridge and pump it into the canal, whereas now it's gravity flow. So we're continuing to work on drainage improvements for River Ridge.
Good morning. My name is Al Robish. I'm the Executive Director of the Jefferson Council on Aging. I came today to speak on behalf of item number 108 and to ask you, please do not delay any longer the needs assessment for the senior citizens of Jefferson Parish. I'm most grateful to the parish president and to the council for your past and your current support of our organization. However, we need to do much more. Jefferson Parish is a graying community, a graying parish. The median age in our parish is 40 years. We have over 110,000 seniors, 60 years and older in our parish. And for this, the Jefferson Council on Aging has a budget of less than $6 million. In contrast, East Baton Rouge Parish, which is smaller in size in terms of the number of seniors, not in total population, they have a 3.5 times budget than we do. And the reason for that is they have a millage that brings in over $10 million a year. Even smaller parishes such as Lafourche, Terrebonne, St. Tammany, and East Baton Rouge have greater millages for seniors than Jefferson Parish. Today, I am certain that 1/4 of Jefferson seniors will experience food insecurity. I know everyone knows about our programs to feed the seniors, which is well known, but we do other things. We have personal care, which is to give seniors baths for those who cannot do it for themselves. Homemaker services, we go in and clean people's houses to ensure that they're living in a safe environment. We provide material aids such as Ensure and adult diapers, which are important. And we also have 9 senior centers that we operate. All of these services are to keep our seniors independent. The board of directors and staff of the Jefferson Council on Aging are doing everything we can to raise additional funds and are very prudent with public funds. As the executive director of this organization, I have several times refused raises. I allow no staff member, including myself, to travel out of state on council dollars. We try to raise funds through grants. We write numerous grants and are successful. We just recently had a fundraiser called Senior Moments, which we raised about $20,000, which is far less than previous years. And we do not own any immovable property. Therefore, all of our funds go toward providing services. Please don't delay any further the needs assessment, as this is the first step in providing seniors the services that they need to maintain their independence and to be happy in Jefferson Parish. Thank you so much for your time.
It's exactly 3 minutes, like you planned it that way.
I wrote it, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Robichaud.
Thank you, Al. You know, I told you all that in my second term of office, I pledged to make seniors and improving their services my priority, and along with my colleagues, we're going to be committed to doing that.
Yes, sir. I know you have, and I thank the entire council. Y'all been very supportive of the elderly in this parish. But as I said, we need to do more. Thank you so much.
Anyone else appearing on? I'll just save my breath.
Hello, everyone. Robert Burkett, Jefferson Firefighters, 7 Bundy Court, Kennel, Louisiana. I rise to speak about item 21 on the addendum agenda, about a professional firm to do public relations work for the firefighters. Ladies and gentlemen, this is right out of the 2007 Aaron Broussard administration playbook. When the firefighters had a dispute with that administration, there was a public relations firm that was hired through their legal team that they had hired, and all they actually did was trash the department and its men and women that provided the services. One as far as to release our addresses, our social security numbers. It was a clown show, you know, and it was also under the same guise of to make sure the public was informed about, you know, the claims that the firefighters were making. The big thing then, you know, was that we were being paid for hours that we didn't work, which wasn't true. The other thing was our average salary back in 2007 was $68,000, which again was supposed to, you know, set the citizenry on fire, and it didn't. And then there was a study done, but I will give this to Mr. Broussard. He did his study. It came back and said the firefighters needed a 35% increase in pay across the board, and he did it. It was done, was over with, and our problems were solved. You know, this study here, and it's going to wind up being the same thing, you know, which is why we oppose it. You know, one, we're spending, you know, millage that we all agree we need to hold on to as best as we can. Why not do the easiest, cheapest thing? Why don't we stop meeting in the parish presidents? Let's use the Performing Arts Center, set up a table. Let's call it the Table of Truth. Let the news media come in, the IG come in, you know, everybody watch. Let the community, you know, the civic leagues and associations, let them sit there and be participants. And then everybody will know exactly where everybody's coming from and where everybody stands, and it wouldn't cost us a dime. You know, I have no problem with being completely transparent with where we are. You know, so we don't need a spin. I don't need to do any of this stuff. Look, I don't like social media myself. You know, so let's do it the right way. Let's do it the easy way. Let's negotiate in the sunshine. Let everybody in this parish know exactly what it is that we're trying to accomplish, why, and how it should be done. That being said, on item 184, where we were approving the contract for a fire station of almost $4 million, you know, I still disagree that we should write checks for that. You know, we have to make sure that there's money available to pay the personnel that's going to man that station.
At your time, Mr. Burkett.
All right, thank you.
Fake hires going to spark that curiosity, whether you like it or not. That money, the quid pro quo, that Mr. Al used to try and assert to money you took now. Let's make it clear, this is money that's already been received. Mr. Kerner, God bless you. You got a big handful of it, and I guess you're going to need it to try and hold that seat. And please, I offer my sincere congratulations. Sincere congratulations to the newborn. I spoke to your one of your aides or your staff members, Julie. Island Cats is getting 10 grand for the services. I spoke to Miss Darlene with Island Cats at length. It's a struggle. They have to come all the way up here to Harvey to get these cats taken care of. They should be, Grand Isle should be annexed to Lafourche Parish. The disenfranchisement that the Council on Aging spoke to, I spoke to that on a campaign 6 years ago. We're disenfranchising as a delegation to the state, disserved, made enemies of our neighbor Orleans Parish, one state senator for each. The rest of them mix between. Disenfranchises us with regards to this, and more importantly, the fireman's pay. And with regards to that, like I was saying earlier before I was cut off, there might be 50 firemen that are deserving of some kind of pay raise at the bare minimum, right? And it's bigger number on the West Bank. How about out of that $500,000 you took from Interstern on our money, you go ahead and cover their insurance payments for the year, and we can ensure domestic tranquility and end this. You don't have to wait for the parish presidents. You all have $500,000 apiece of our money.
Are you on an agenda item, Mr.
Pay
Hires?
for their insurance. I'll be your
Agenda
PR guy. I'm the PR guy. This is item 21. I'm doing your PR for you.
Point it out. Thank you.
You don't need a firm. I'm going to sell it right now. You all take our money, fund the lowest paid fireman's insurance, and call it a day. Then we got to address the state government, right? Then like I said, you're spending $90,000 a year for a state legislative consultant. I offered to do it for 20 grand. 20 grand, you're spending 190 a grand, 190 a year for that legislative consultant. It's right in here, item whatever, right? $190,000 for a DC consultant. I'll do that on top of the state. I'll do both of them for 20 grand. Save the parish $500,000, cover their insurance payments. Figure this out. You're not representative. You're not legitimately formed. So it's token gestures, lip service, and kick the can because you're all term limited. I've had enough. Representatives and direct taxes shall be apportioned among the several parts of the parish. Among the municipalities, each shall have one. Each side of the parish on the unincorporated gets one. You get another one for every so many persons. That's the rule. And taxation applies directly the same way.
Are you still on item 21?
Figure it out.
Mr. Hires, thank you.
Yes, sir. Mark Decker, 3913 Cypress Street, Metairie, Louisiana. On item 184, the rebuilding of Station 11, the Keith Baudouin Firehouse. Curiosity on where the money is going to come from. We don't have the ability to issue bonds to pay for it, so it's got to come out of one account. This firehouse has been destroyed for almost 4 years. For 4 years now, it's been an empty lot now. Where is the money going to come from? Is it going to come from the fire department's budget, from the parish council? What about the FEMA money that was used to reimburse it? Did we receive FEMA money to reimburse for construction of that station? And if so, will the money being taken out of the budget with this resolution be returned to the fire department, or will it return into the general fund to be used how the parish sees fit?
Victor, can you address that issue?
Yeah, so 2.6 million of that that fire station's coming from FEMA funds related to Hurricane Ida, and then 700,000 in insurance proceeds.
Anyone else speaking on any items on the agenda or addendum agenda? I want to make sure I don't miss anybody getting up late. Okay.
Hello, I'm Monica Brady at 144 Coolidge Street in Jefferson, and I want to speak on item number 32, summary number 26565.
We'll come up for a public hearing on that shortly.
Okay,
He can come up when that item gets here. Is that it for the agenda or addendum agenda? All right, thank you. That brings us to my note that has items 1 through 3 being deferred to September 17th, 2025. Councilman Lee, your motion on the deferral of items 1 through 3. Any objection to the deferral of items 1 through 3 to September 17th on motion of Councilman Lee, seconded by Councilman Walker? Hearing none, so ordered. Let's go to item number 4, Madam Clerk.
A resolution selecting person or firm to provide construction, administration, and resident inspection supplemental services for the Bucktown Boat, Dock, and Sewer Pump Out Project, Council District 5.
Councilman Lozeberg, your selection.
Number one firm, All South.
Any objection to the selection of All South Consulting on motion of Councilman Lozeberg, seconded by Councilman Walker? Hearing none, so ordered. Item 5, please.
A resolution selecting a person or firm to provide professional landscape services for the Mike Miley Playground Community Oasis Project
funded by Community Development Block Grant Disaster Recovery. Council District 2.
Councilman Bonanno.
Duplantis Design Group.
Any objection to the selection of Duplantis Design Group? On motion of Councilman Bonanno, seconded by Councilman Walker. Hearing none, so ordered. Item 6.
A resolution selecting persons or firms interested and qualified to provide professional traffic engineering services for the Department of Public Works for the remainder of the 2-year period on an as-needed basis with maximum allowable fees of $500,000, not to be exceeded by a factor of more than 10% per year without amendment to the contract authorized by resolution, who were not one of the 14 firms approved by resolution number 143868, dated March 27, 2024.
And Councilwoman Van Vryken.
I'm going to move on all qualified firms.
Any objection to the selection of all qualified firms? On motion of Councilwoman Van Vryken, seconded by Councilman Walker. Hearing none, so ordered. We'll come back to the executive session items at noon. That brings us to item number 10.
Summary number 26512, resub of lots 15A, 15B, 23B, portion of Newman Avenue, portion of Catherine Street, and a portion of parcel 5-10 square C, Richland Garden subdivision, into lot 15C square C, ES-134-24, Council District 2.
We can waive the reading on this item and now open the public hearing for summary number 26512. Anyone in favor, please come forward. Anyone in opposition? Madam Clerk, go ahead. If you're in opposition, speak at the podium.
Good morning. My name is Juan Prado, 4522 Rosedale Drive in Metairie. I'm property owner to touch all three of these lots. I'm going to speak on behalf of 512 and 516 because they're interconnected. Honorable President, council members, and government officials, the neighborhood is solidly opposed to both of these zoning changes. There is no commercial property on the west side of Clearview. The vast majority of Highland Park estate is one-story owner-occupied family residence. We are a quiet neighborhood with new families that have moved in recently, lots of kids, and revitalization of the neighborhood. We also have neighbors that have been there 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 years, and they just want a quiet little place to live. I met one of my neighbors on Utopia who remembers when Clearview Parkway was a dirt road. I don't know how many people here can even say that. That is, Airline and Clearview is the worst traffic intersection on the East Bank of Jefferson Parish. I believe probably even worse than West Bank also combined. There are frequent accidents. It's a high volume. Even with the new lane changes, it is still a bad intersection. Anyone who drives through that will know that. We are concerned about traffic being dumped into Utopia, trying to short circuit, not going all the way to Citrus to make a U-turn, and then trying to exit on Highland, which is an extremely narrow street, and then trying to exit onto Airline Highway. In the past year, we have had one child injured severely on Highland Avenue, struck by a car. One of my other neighbors had their parked car hit by someone trying to cut through the neighborhood also. We don't want the traffic, but more importantly, we have seen no Department of Transportation study on the traffic assessment of Airline and Clearview with this proposed development. I believe the state DOTD has control all these intersections, and we are concerned about where the entrance and egress of this proposed development is going to be and what DOT has approved. We have seen nothing in writing. We are also concerned about the sale of the undeveloped streets and the small parcel that no one in the neighborhood was notified. I and the 3 property owners that touched these developments were not notified about the sale of this, and the neighborhood was not given input because we would have strongly asked for that to have been denied. And the petition and the wording of that sale seems to be poorly worded. We have 150 petitions that were turned in at the planning board from over 100 residences in the neighborhood that are all solidly opposed to this development. On Monday, we met with the legal representatives of the developer and the property owner. They were proposing a 3-story massive office building with 78 parking spots, which is totally out of character for this neighborhood. We are mostly 1-story houses. 78 parking spots I don't even think exist at Walgreens, or let alone the Ideal Market across the street. No one wants a 3-story building across from them with the lights, the pollution. At night, you're not going to be able to control the lights. We are solidly opposed to this. We do not want Lot 23 changed from residential to anything but residential, and we are opposed to the consolidation of all 3 lots. Respectfully, thank you.
Anyone else speaking in opposition? Yes, we'll go back to in favor. Did you? Sorry you missed that. I did in favor before, but go ahead. We'll go back to in favor, and then we'll come back to opposed if anybody has anything else.
Apologies. Good morning. My name's Lee Seegers, and I'm here on behalf of KJL Properties, which is the owner of the lots at issue that are subject to this rezoning and re-subdivision application. The 6 lots at issue consist of 3 main lots, which you'd see when you drive by, and then 3 smaller irregular lots, which are right-of-way parcels that the parish sold to KJL Properties in 2023. One of those lots, one of the main lots, that is, at the corner of Utopia and South Clearview, is zoned residential, R1A. The other 5 lots are GO2, general office. Again, when the parish sold the lots to KJL, the 3 right-of-way lots in 2023, the parish imposed several important restrictions in the act of sale. Those restrictions are that all 6 of the lots must be combined into a single parcel of record. Because the parish doesn't allow split zoning, that means that the residential lot must be changed to GO2. The second restriction in the act of sale was that there are certain traffic conditions that must be met to prevent the flow of vehicular traffic onto Utopia and exiting from onto South Clearview. In other words, all exiting traffic must be filtered onto Airline Drive. So the traffic restrictions were put in place by the parish to address the concerns of the residents in Highland Park. They may disagree with those, but that is what the parish deemed appropriate and put in the act of sale. So KJL has prepared a site plan that meets those traffic restrictions. We've discussed it with the residents, and among their concerns are about increased traffic flow, traffic cutting through their neighborhood. I get it, they're backed up to a very high traffic intersection. They have legitimate issues ongoing. However, the concern that this development is going to increase, where it's based on an assumption of where cars are going to go, how they're going to make U-turns. Are they heading to Kenner? Are they heading to River Ridge? And at the end of the day, are they going to speed through their intersection? This is all based on assumptions. And again, KJL is doing what it has been asked to do with the site plan and the vehicular traffic flow. So this is not the first time this has come up. In 2011, the parish denied a very similar rezoning application for Lot 15B, which is one of the KJL parcels. The matter was ultimately litigated, and the court determined that Lot 15B should be a GO2. That's why it is what it is today. It meets the characteristics of this very busy intersection. So we're not asking you to do any favors. We're just asking you to do what you've already asked us to do in the act of sale, which is to combine all the lots and rezone the one residential lot. The planning department prepared a very detailed staff report, and these items met all the conditions for rezoning, re-subdivision with no objection. Thank you.
Anyone else in favor or opposition?
Yeah, Frankie Ayers. It's right around the corner from me. And I would have spoken to it more directly at the last meeting specifically, so I apologize for that last meeting on this specific issue, because I know that neighborhood. I got friends that live right back behind there on Clearview. And if you try and look for this neighborhood, it's very difficult to find. But that traffic at Airline and Clearview that's going to be adversely affected, every one of those little thoroughfares, every one of them little vessels that get you out from behind there, I know from Houma Boulevard, 1,500 cars a day before that stop sign got put in there. Thank you, Councilperson Dino Bonanno. right? We don't have 1,500 cars a day down Homo no more. You open up that little corner over there, and it's going to be a mess. So the fact that the neighbors didn't get up here, I tried to go over there yesterday. I got distracted. It was just so hot. I couldn't get out. But I wanted to go talk to those neighbors personally, and I was hoping someone would be here.
They're all sitting right behind you.
Thank y'all. Did they satisfy y'all? Yeah, so I got to rise in opposition because I didn't get the sense they were satisfied from even what the guy who was in favor trying to do this, right? He even gave me the impression that the citizens probably weren't satisfied. I know it's going to adversely affect that whole intersection. I know. I mean, I've been living here for 30 years. Y'all put 3 lanes in there, it still ain't getting better. And we got, panhandlers there, all kinds of issues that are already a problem for that airline corridor are going to be made worse by this. So exercise some restraint. That's it.
Anyone else? In favor or opposition, ma'am?
Opposition. I just want to address a couple of things really quick. So not only did the property manager and his representation wait until the very last minute to meet with us on Monday when we've had 2 months to meet, they also decided that it was not appropriate to show up on time when they were called. Secondly, the egress in this proposal shows that they are only allowed to exit this property onto 2 turning lanes onto Airline Highway, which would just exacerbate their already massive traffic problem that we have there, which would also force them to then turn on to Clearview and then come through the neighborhood to get to wherever they're going. Because we all know that nobody is going all the way over the overpass and down by the Best Buy to turn around. Also, according to this agreement, to this bill of sale, the property has to be zoned the same. Why not rezone it residential? Rezone it all residential and build residences there. Thank you.
Ma'am, can you state your name, please?
Tab of the day, 4526 Rosedale.
Thank you.
I'm Gail Terrabill. I live at 4525 Utopia, which is just 3 houses off from Clearview. I just want to voice my support for what's already been said and of the neighborhood being opposed to this. You're going to make that residential lot a parking lot, cement, loitering, and as Juan had said, not even the Walgreens has 78 parking spaces. So you're going to build a huge commercial building with, one way out onto Clearview, and like that's been expressed, they're going to come cut through Utopia. We already have cars on our street constantly because of that intersection at Clearview and Airline being so dangerous already. It's a quiet little pocket neighborhood community, and we want to keep it like that. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I forgot one really important thing. Is it okay for me to?
Can somebody else say it for you?
I'll get somebody else.
No, sir.
He has 5 minutes.
Mr. Walker, since we haven't used the whole 15 minutes, would you allow her to get back up and say what she has to say?
If there's no opposition, sure.
Go ahead, Tabitha.
I'm sorry, I'll be brief. When we did meet, I'm sorry, I'm nervous in front of a lot of people. When we did meet, we had a proposal for the company. The parish is allotted funds in order to build green spaces for our parish. Since one of the lots is residential and not zoned the same, we had requested that we possibly could have the parish purchase that property and turn it into a park and a green space so that the children that are playing on the streets now have somewhere safe that they can play, and then they can still build on the existing commercial property. And that's I think, the best situation for everybody. So, thanks.
Yeah, here.
Anyone else in opposition? Madam Clerk, note that 1 appeared in favor, 4 appeared in opposition. Councilman Bonanno.
I've been in the parish service for 37 years, and I can count at least 4 times that previous people have come here and tried to rezone this property into C2 and other purposes. This neighborhood really does suffer with a lot of traffic. People go through the neighborhood to try to bypass the traffic at Clearview and Airline, and they also go through the neighborhood so they can cross under Clearview at the Earhart Bridge and go to Airline on the other side. So they do really suffer a lot of traffic impacts. As you heard the young lady just say, I encouraged the owner to meet with the neighbors, and he waited all the way till Monday night to do that. We had a compromise on the table between his representatives and the neighborhood, whereby I was going to use discretionary monies to purchase Lot 23B, which is still currently zoned residential. He couldn't make up his mind. I got a call last night. He still couldn't make up his mind. So with that, I'm going to move for denial.
Is there any objection to the denial of summary number 26512 on motion of Councilman Bonanno, seconded by Councilman Walker, with Councilwoman Van Vranken abstaining? Hearing none, so ordered. Item number 11, please, Madam Clerk.
Summary number 26531, resub of lots H321, H2A, and H321, H2B, Ames Farm subdivision into lots H321, H2C, H321, H2D, and H321, H2E, with a waiver to the general design standards in accordance with the section 33-2.35 subdivision waivers of the Unified Development Code, WS-2-25, Council District 1.
We can waive the reading here and now open the public hearing for summary number 26531. Anyone in favor, please come forward.
I'm Jay Dufran, speaking on behalf of the current owners of the property. This is a part of the Gambino estate that they're trying to settle between the different family members. Purpose of the re-subdivision is to divide the front lots on Ames, which have existing residential houses, from the very large tract in the back, which is vacant. The plan is to sell that vacant lot in the back to a potential developer. We've probably looked at about 12 different plans for him of how to develop that in the back. I think the one that's on the screen may be one of them that he's kind of leaning to, which would call on the minds of creating a little cul-de-sac to complete that dead-end street, and then use the other lot that comes out to Dolores for most of the access. This isn't something that has been officially submitted yet. It's just something that's on the table of what we could possibly do. Once we can complete the re-subdivision that's before you today, which creates this as a vacant lot, not as a developed lot, and then we can sell it to the developer. Then we can work on the plans, get with planning, get with engineering to see what works best before it comes back to you for approval. So we're asking you for approval, not of what's on your screen, but creating that as a vacant lot.
Anyone else in favor?
Ramon Ramos, 3435 Barry Terry Boulevard. Our interest in this property is to develop the rear piece. If you guys have any questions, I'd be more than glad to answer. Thank you.
Anyone else in favor? Anyone opposed? Madam Clerk, note that two appeared in favor. Councilman Kerner.
Yes, so we're not approving what's on the screen here today?
No, sir. That will have to come back before you in a separate application. They're petitioning to re-subdivide now to create the one large lot in order for the sale to go through, and then they will come back before you with a preliminary plat.
All right. I'll motion to approve.
Any objection to the approval of summary number 26531, a motion of Councilman Kerner, seconded by Councilman Walker? Hearing none, so ordered. Item number 12, please, Madam Clerk.
Summary number 26568, resub of plots Z1 Ames Farm subdivision into lots Y2B, Z3C, Q1 through Q31, and lot X1A with waivers to the sections 40-219 and 40-239 area regulations, and approving and accepting the final plat of said subdivision, WS-117-24, Council District 3.
We can waive the reading and now open the public hearing for summary number 26568. Those in favor, please come forward. Those opposed? I'm sorry, are we walking up for in favor or opposed? Okay. I didn't see you walking up.
Hey, I'm A.K. Gordon. I live at 2350 Beck Street in New Orleans, Louisiana. I'm in favor of this re-subdivision. We are applying for a hardship waiver. It's an existing apartment community, and 6 of our lots are going to need the waiver because they're in between existing buildings, and all of our new lots will conform.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else in favor? Anyone in opposition? Madam Clerk, note that one appeared in favor. Councilman Lee?
I move for approval.
Any objection to the approval of summary number 26568, a motion of Councilman Lee, seconded by Councilman Walker? Hearing none, so ordered. Number 13.
Summary number 26569, resub of lots XA1 and XA2 South Kenner subdivision into lots XA3 and XA4, WS-31-25, Council District 3.
We can waive the reading here and open the public hearing for summary number 26569. Anyone in favor, please come forward.
Good morning, council members. Pierre Molyneux for the applicants, Victor Bostic, and the succession of Linda Bostic Thomas. This is the last piece in the closing succession of Linda Thomas. The decedent had left a driveway to her brother, which was originally on her piece of property, and this is merely administrative, in my opinion, that we hope with your approval today, we can conclude the succession. So thank you.
Anyone else in favor? Okay, anyone in opposition? All right, Madam Clerk, note that one appeared in favor, assuming that gentleman's not going to speak. Okay. Councilman Lee. Any objection to the approval of summary number 26569, a motion of Councilman Lee, seconded by Councilman Walker? Hearing none, so ordered. Item 14.
Summary number 26570, resub of lot 20A1A, Churchill Farm subdivision into lots 20A1A1 and 20A1A2 with waivers to the general design standards and the dedication of a private access servitude and approving and accepting the final plat of said subdivision. WS-38-25, Council District 3.
We can waive the reading and now open the public hearing for summary number 26570. Anyone in favor, please come forward. Anyone in opposition? Madam Clerk, note that no one appeared. Councilman Lee. Any objection to the approval of summary number 26570, a motion of Councilman Lee, seconded by Councilman Walker? Hearing none, so ordered. Item 15, please.
Summary number 26516, amending the official zoning map and the official future land use map, Lot 23B, Square C, Richland Gardens subdivision, portion of the proposed Lot 15C, located at 1700 block of Clearview Parkway, more particularly amending the zoning from R1A to GO2 and amending the future land use classification from SUB to COM. EZ-26-24, Council District 2.
We can waive the reading and open the public hearing now for summary number 26516. Anyone in favor, please come forward. Anyone opposed?
I'll make it brief. Juan Prado, 4522 Rosedale Drive. With all due respect to the council's previous testimony, having 78 parking spots and having traffic in and out all day will certainly impact the traffic. They're already in a very bad area. 3 single-family residences would not. Thank you.
Anyone else in opposition?
I'm getting this right, the same one off of Clearview, right? Opposition. I normally am going to do this, if anything, just because you're not legitimately formed, we'll just set it there and leave it. I'm hoping that since we already got a denial, that this will conclude this, and I'm just going to hope for the best.
Anyone else in opposition?
I disagree. Just again, we're in opposition to, disrupting our quiet little community neighborhood, and we would just like to not zone it commercial. Thank you.
Anyone else opposed? Madam Clerk, note that 3 appeared in opposition. Councilman Bonanno.
For the reasons I previously stated, move for denial.
Any objection to the denial of summary number 26516? A motion of Councilman Bonanno, seconded by Councilman Walker, with Councilwoman Van Vranken abstaining. Hearing none, so ordered. Item 16, please.
Summary number 26549, amending the official zoning map, Lot 14, Square 4, Airline Park West subdivision, more particularly amending the zoning classification from R1A to R2, WZ-2-25, Council District 3.
We can waive the reading and open the public hearing now for summary number 26549. Anyone in favor, please come forward.
Good morning. It's Lynette Garden, 2439 Jutland Drive, Harvey, Louisiana, 758. I was just coming to you this morning. I'm with Spectrum Designs and Engineering. We're representing the owner for the property. And when we first came before the board prior to coming to this committee, we actually deferred it because I had to, when I came before them, I was explaining to them that in the report that they did, they only classified a few of the two-family homes that was existing in the area. So what we did, we came back to the table to prove to them that this neighborhood is a diverse neighborhood with several existing non-conforming use doubles. It's a really mixed area between single family and doubles. It's somewhere like about maybe 60 to 40%. What we did was we took pictures of all the buildings on the street that were doubles. We came back, we was able to prove our case to the BZA, and they went ahead and went against the ruling of the city planning recommendations. So what I'm coming to you today is to be able to make sure that you saw the paperwork that we sent over to your Councilman Lee to show you that all of this neighborhood is a vast change. I mean, a mixed use between, not mixed use, but mixed between doubles and singles. And what we also proved to the board that just recently, earlier in this year, that maybe a few houses down, that the R1 was changed to an R2. So what the owner's asking for is something that's not anything unique to this community. These the planning board stated that there was only 4 that was in the last 40 years. But what they did not allow for was all of the existing non-conforming use that's already in that community. So I'm hoping that you would take all of that into consideration. And if you have any questions, I'm here to answer.
Thank you. Anyone else in favor? Anyone in opposition? Madam Clerk, please know that 1 appeared in favor. Councilman Lee.
In that neighborhood, the planning department began doing studies in that area, and we came up with a something fair that allows for everything to essentially meld in together, because there's been no issues historically. And she's right. It's been a street that has a combination of both single-family residences as well as small duplexes. So with that being said, I move for approval.
Any objection to the approval of summary number 26549? A motion of Councilman Lee, seconded by Councilman Walker. Hearing none, so ordered. Item 17, please.
Summary number 26550, amending the official zoning map, Lot VC, Squares 1 and 2, Hesmer Park subdivision, located at 3409 Division Street, more particularly amending the zoning classification from FC-3 to C-1, EZ-1-25, Council District 5.
We can waive the reading and now open the public hearing for summary number 26550. Anyone in favor, please come forward. Anyone opposed? Madam Clerk, note that no one appeared. Councilman Liljeburg.
I move to deny.
Any objection to the denial of summary number 26550? A motion of Councilman Liljeburg, seconded by Councilman Walker. Hearing none, so ordered. Number 18, Madam Clerk.
Summary number 26551, amending the official zoning map, lots 29A and 29B, 708 Aurora Avenue, and lots 28A and 28B, 710 Aurora Avenue, Square 42, Bonneville Place subdivision, located at 708 and 710 Aurora Avenue, more particularly amending the zoning classification from R1A to R2, EZ-3-25, Council District 5.
We can waive the reading and now open the public hearing for summary number 26551. Those in favor, please come forward. Those in opposition.
Good morning, Council. My name is Dr. Michelle DeLima, professor at Delgado. I live at 645 Orion Avenue, within the zone that I received a mailed notification for this. I want to thank your staff. I'd sent emails to Councilman Walker, Councilwoman Van Rankin, and Councilman Liljeburg, and I want to thank your staff for passing on that email. I am in opposition. We have a very tight-knit neighborhood, and this is a very marginalized neighborhood because we're stuck between I-10 and Veterans. And we already have on Aurora, we have zoning for businesses on the odd side of the street. So these properties are on the even side and used to be owned by DS Cash Register. And they sold 5 properties which were never published in, like they didn't have for sale signs or anything on there. And one person bought all these. So if the door is open to change the zoning on 708 and 710, this could create a hardship because of parking. I want to also bring forward that this properties between I-10 and Veterans, this is Mardi Gras Central, and we have tons of traffic, and we know when people park on both sides of the street, it creates a hardship for the fire department to get through the neighborhood to answer the calls. It could also happen with all of this extra parking in this neighborhood. I want to reiterate about spot zoning, if you would, please. Spot zoning is application of zoning to a specific parcel or parcels of land, may be ruled invalid as arbitrary, capricious, and unreasonable treatment of a limited parcel of land by local zoning ordinance. I think if this is rezoned, it could create a big problem in the neighborhood. We already have businesses on the odd side. We have a school within the autism school on Demosthenes, and I would implore the council to go by the recommendation of the PAB to please oppose this zoning. At the PAB meeting, we had well over 20 people who showed up, who signed in opposition. I hope that you will extend that as the council. And I thank you for your time.
Anyone else in opposition?
No.
Hello, my name is Terry Allman. I reside at 241 Aurora Avenue. I'm here both as a homeowner, but also as the president of the Bonneville Civic Association. The Bonneville Civic Association has received input from numerous property owners in this area surrounding the property located at 708 and 710 Aurora. All input that we have received has been in opposition to this rezoning request. All of that opposition has been very strongly expressed. We have submitted a letter in opposition to this zoning request, and the reasons for opposition align with the zoning requirements, which would change the character of a single-family residential neighborhood, increase density, increase traffic, increase gray infrastructure, and reduction of green space, create safety issues, and deteriorate property values. You have our letter, and we have spoken at 2 previous meetings of the Planning Advisory Board. Today, I'd like to speak to another issue, which is what can property owners count on when they buy what is likely to be their single largest investment, the purchase of their home. When I purchased my home, I investigated the neighborhood. We visited it multiple times of day, both weekdays and weekends. We checked zoning and investigated grandfathering of properties that would revert to R1A when sold. We talked to the neighbors. We knew what commercial businesses were close by. We knew about the churches and the schools. In sum, as a property owner, we should be able to count on zoning to protect our investment and to be able to protect us against numerous variances to zoning, which is the exact opposite of what this request would do. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Anyone else in opposition?
My name is Patricia Schreiber. I live at 1600 Demosthenes, which is on the corner of Aurora. I am several houses down from this property, and I emailed all the council last night some of the reasons for my opposition to this zoning change. The most important is spot zoning. Negative, negative, negative. I cannot say it enough. Spot zoning only gives rights to one individual, that homeowner that's requesting that. Also, what's scary about this property is there are two lots that are side by side, basically four lots, two addresses. So, therefore, if this zoning request is granted and changed from R1 to R2, I know that there are protective ordinances within the parish rules, but still, it does not prevent them from coming back in and requesting a consolidation of the two lots, and this development turn into something major. There is no clear plan that has been presented to the neighbors or the Bonneville Civic Association regarding the structure that would be built on this property. In the zoning application, Mrs. Capdeville said that she wanted to build a townhome. When she came to the Homeowners Association meeting, what was presented was a double, and with a parking slab in front. So therefore, that is totally out of character to the neighborhood. There would be no green space in front of the property or any other beautification type of things. Yes, this neighborhood, we have a lot of properties that are grandfathered in, but once those properties deteriorate or change, they're still R1. Keep our neighborhood R1. It is so important. With property scarce, people are building in our neighborhood, even with, the marginalization with other structures. So it's very, very important. I can't stress it enough. There's also to follow planning. The advisory board, the planning department, all denied. They recognize it. Let's listen to them. It's against the comprehensive plan for land use of the parish. Why would you approve this? That makes no sense to me. The property has been R1 since 1958 and was reconfirmed in 1966. So again, it's been acknowledged it should be R1. There is tremendous traffic because Demosthenes is the only street that runs between I-10 Service Road and Veterans. So if people do not want to wait at the backup traffic that exists at the stoplight at Bonneville and Vets. They cut down Demosthenes and go up Aurora because Aurora has a stoplight at Veterans and Aurora. So they can bypass the stoplight at Bonneville and Vets. There is nothing to stop future development with the other properties that Mrs. Capdeville has purchased. So for the neighborhood, we feel as though we need to stop it at this property. So I request that you deny this zoning change, and I thank you very much for your time.
There is a shade over 5 minutes left for opposition.
Mary Poole, 711 Aurora. So we are on the commercial side of the block, and 708 is right across the street, and Cash Register, which Miss Wanda also owns, is right next door. I'm opposed because of the traffic reasons and the parking reasons that everybody has iterated, but also we get to that big question that the doctor alluded to at the beginning. 5 properties on one block that will be developed at some point. It gets to a real big picture question of where we're going with all this. And I don't think, and I'm going to take it that Wanda was being honest with me when she said she did not realize about the amount of opposition there would be, and that she is willing to sit down at some point, and that point has not come yet. So I'm going to ask for denial, and she has said she wants to sit down at some point, and I'm going to take her at her word on that. And it gets to, again, this big picture question of we're not just talking about those 2, which definitely I think should not be townhouses. And I do understand as a CPA, people need to make money. There needs to be return on investment. You know, you acquire 5 properties, you think that there must be a big picture. And I certainly think it's time that the big picture gets shared. 3 of those properties are on the commercial side. Today we're looking at the 2 that are on the residential side, but I would ask that you deny it until, you know, she sits down with the neighborhood and talks about this, what the big plan is and what other ideas there might be for what. She tells me she does not want to tear 710 down, although it's on the agenda. But she says she doesn't want to tear it down. She repeated that to the planning board at the last meeting. She said that the planning department told her she had to ask for 2 properties to make it into a project. So that I've never understood either, where we get back to the parish telling her she needed to ask for 2 and what kind of misunderstanding happened there. But please vote for denial. And again, hopefully we will come to a resolution, because she's a major property owner on the block. And I mean, my property means a lot to me as their homes mean a lot to them. We've put a lot into the building since we bought it. And I would like to see her sit down with everybody and work out this big picture, knowing she's got to make money too. But, you know, we need to also keep Jefferson Parish as the nice place that we all love to live in. And this is a great neighborhood, and I thank you for letting me speak.
Ann Poole, 711 Aurora Avenue. I would like to hearken back to something that Ms. Bustamante said at the front of this meeting when the day started, and that is, it reminded me of the motto of Jefferson Parish: eat, work, play. And our place is only about 3 blocks from where Ms. Bustamante's piece of heaven is. And I'd like to keep the balance in nature that exists in our block. The commercial side is very dense. As they said, there's a school at the corner. People are racing down Aurora all the time to get somewhere. I'd like to see our balance be maintained of single-family homes across the street. I think, having grown up in the area, that's why we bought our business to the area, is my sister was very eager to get back to that neighborhood, which she felt still had the vibe of when we were children. And that vibe is something that I would like to see other families be able to enjoy. We grew up in a neighborhood that was commercial residential, just like Aurora is. And I'd like to be able to look across the street and see children playing and enjoying single-family homes on those lots. And I don't think that will detract from anyone's or the parish's development in any way for those lots to stay single-family. So I would ask that you please deny any development there of any other type. Thank you.
There's 22 seconds left. It starts when you start speaking.
Pam Zarang, 822 Aurora. Just want to very quickly say I've been living in the neighborhood 48 years, and it's been a very quiet, peaceful neighborhood. People take care of themselves. But a lot of young people are moving in, and it's their American dream. And what they're looking at, as was pointed out, they looked at the residential area, R1. So let's, honor their investment, keep it their American dream, and all of our areas residential.
Thank you.
You very much.
All right, I think that was 5 in opposition, Madam Clerk? 6. Of course, I missed one. None in favor, 6 in opposition. Councilman Lozelberg.
Thank y'all for coming into the meeting. I know that y'all have been through a lot going to the PAB. Doc, I couldn't have said it better than you said it, Doc. Your comments were exactly the way I feel, Ms. Almon as well. We have a recommended denial from our planning department as well as PAB, so I'm going to move to deny.
Any objection to the denial of summary number 26551, a motion of Councilman Lozelberg, seconded by Councilman Walker? Hearing none, so ordered. Item 19, please.
Summary number 26571, amending the official zoning map of Jefferson Parish, Lot P5, Section D, Elmwood subdivision, located at the 1000 block of Berman Highway, more particularly amending the zoning classification from R1 to MUCD MZ-6-25, Council District 1.
We can waive the reading and open the public hearing now for summary number 26571. Anyone in favor, please come forward. Anyone in that back row in favor? Okay. Anyone in opposition? Madam Clerk, note that no one appeared. Councilman Kerner?
Move to approve.
Any objection to the approval of summary number 26571, a motion of Councilman Kerner, seconded by Councilman Walker? Hearing none, so ordered. Item 20.
Summary number 26573, amending the official zoning map portions of lots 9, 10, 11, and 12, square S-22, Bell Bridge subdivision located at 419 4th Street, more particularly amending the zoning classification from R2 to C2, WZ-8-25, Council District 2.
We can waive the reading and open the public hearing now for summary number 26573. Anyone in favor, please come forward. Anyone opposed? Madam Clerk, note that no one appeared. Councilman Bonanno.
To approve.
Any objection to the approval of summary number 26573, a motion of Councilman Bonanno, seconded by Councilman Walker? Hearing none, so ordered. Number 21, Madam Clerk.
Summary number 26574, amending the official zoning map, Lot D102A, Golden Heights subdivision, Section H, located at 1991 Ames Boulevard, more particularly amending the zoning classification from R3 CBZ to MUCD MZ-5-25, Council District 3.
We can waive the reading on this item and now open the public hearing for summary number 26574. Anyone in favor, please come forward. Anyone opposed? Madam Clerk, note that no one appeared. Councilman Lee. Any objection to the approval of summary number 26574, motion of Councilman Lee, seconded by Councilman Walker? Hearing none, so ordered. Item 22.
Summary number 26575, amending the official zoning map of Lot L, Square 38, Metairyville subdivision located at 105 Pink Street, more particularly amending the zoning classification from R1A Metairie Ridge Tree Preservation District to R2, EZ-4-25, Council District 5.
We can waive the reading and open the public hearing for summary number 26575. Anyone in favor, please come forward.
Hi, my name is Sorbat. I'm the owner of 105 Pink Street. I live at 3435 Napoleon Avenue. Thank you for having me. So I purchased this property about 13 years ago. I was actually there yesterday talking to my tenants, which I do pretty often. And when I purchased the property, it was from a deceased individual. It was a family that was selling it. I literally got no information on the property. I rehabilitated myself. And after rehabilitating the property, I noticed, obviously I would have an R1, but in the back of the property, there was a meter on a house which was gutted and was being used as storage. So I was like, why do we have this meter? So I removed the meter since it was an R1. I started noticing a bunch of houses around the neighborhood developing into R2s. So I went to the planning commission here and I was like, hey, is my property an R2? Because technically it has two addresses, 105 and 107. And they were like, yeah, yours is actually an R2. Just give us the 2 meters that are on the property and we'll automatically convert it and you don't have to do any commission. And I was like, oh, okay, that's what that other meter was there for that I removed when I purchased the property. So due to technicality, I have to now obviously present in front of the PAB, which approved unanimously after the recommendation was to oppose. The reason they approved is this property isn't the only one around the neighborhood that's an R2. There are many properties that are R2s. 3 houses down, 4 houses down, 5 houses down. In addition, as far as any traffic, this property is located right in front of, on the right-hand side, in industrial building, has big trucks coming in and out. And on the left-hand side, there's an empty lot which gets used by Jefferson Parish at different times. The most recent was for storage for the Jefferson Parish Public Waterworks projects that was being done. And so it's changing this. My request is to take what the PAB recommended and continue on the approval of the property for changing it into an R2. Thank you.
Anyone else in favor? Anyone opposed? Madam Clerk, note that 1 appeared in favor. Councilman Liljeburg.
To approve.
Any objection to the approval of summary number 26575, a motion of Councilman Liljeburg, seconded by Councilman Walker. Hearing none, so ordered. Item number 23, please.
Summary number 26576, amending Chapter 33 Unified Development Code and Chapter 40 Zoning of the Code of Ordinances to reorganize, reformat, and revise articles and sections pertaining to procedures, zoning, development standards, and supplemental conditions, provide for cross-references between related provisions that are necessary to efficiently administer land development regulations in Jefferson Parish, as recommended by a study authorized by Council Resolution Number 145086 on October 16, 2024.
We can waive the reading here and open the public hearing for summary number 26576. Anyone in favor, please come forward. Anyone in opposition?
Break hires, spark a little curiosity, and away we go. So when I read this, amending the chapters 33 of a unified development code, chapters 40 of a zoning of a code of ordinances, to reorganize, reformat, revise articles, sections pertaining to procedures, blah, 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 blah. And then I get to efficiently administer. Oh, the parish president literally held up the book, the accumulation of statutes. So we're going to amend another one. So this got my attention real quickly, just based on the accumulation of statutes and the whole thing. We're going to amend another chapter of rules, and supposedly this is going to lead to some efficiency. So I had this in mind when I read this item, that I'd oppose it just on this kind of grounds if I need a frugal and simple government. And who knows, maybe even this achieves some of that. Unfortunately, then I read the next agenda item and realized what this was about, where it actually applies. So this is the first step in making Entergy LLC, that big monster, making their work easy. If I have a representative body, time and time again, the citizens got to come in here after every storm, after every rate increase, after every single intrusion and imposition of Entergy upon the citizens of Southeast Louisiana, right here in this parish. We got to sit in here and come hat in hand and beg for y'all to say something to Entergy. And every time they come in here, Entergy comes in here and they give their report. And the council chairman has to remind everybody, we got no purveyance over Entergy. That's a public service commission. I've spoken to that many times myself. We're disenfranchised. In fact, the whole council jumped up to defend Mr. Skrmeta when I never mentioned his name. Remember that? So this is when you actually have some leverage. So when I'm over there speaking to the debate forums for Orleans Parish, because they got the same corrupted form of government, a tyranny of two districts hold 4 out of 7 votes, they can't do anything about Entergy either. And everybody complains about Entergy over there the same kind of way we complain about them here. It's a monopoly. This is one time you have leverage. So what are we going to make Entergy do for the citizens of Jefferson Parish if we're going to give them this? Have any of you considered that? I'm thinking no. Because nobody's offering to oppose it or talk about this before I have to get up to do this. If I had a representative government, somebody would have looked at this and said, hey, maybe we should do something about that. Maybe we could do something better for the citizens instead of just rubber stamping something to the benefit of Entergy. They got plenty of money. I don't know, maybe Entergy can find a way to help us with something. It's a quid pro quo. So I'm going to get up in the very next agenda item and oppose it as well. I need a government that's frugal and simple. I need a legislative branch that performs as one. Maybe if we had not 2 senators sitting in on the gig, we'd get something.
Planning Director, Ms. Martin.
Thank you, Council Chairman. If you'll note on the screen in front of you, it's our recommendation and summary. We noted both in the resolution calling the study and in our lengthy report explaining why we undertook this study, that it was a housekeeping study to address some issues that came about while we were undertaking the industrial district study. As we noted in our report, the industrial district study, that report for that study and the pages that went with it numbered almost 400 pages. In the process of that study, there were section references that needed to be updated that we did not update. Additionally, there was a formatting error in our use matrix. That is the 3rd item on the screen. The updated section references are the 2nd item. The first item was to address an error within C2, which we inadvertently omitted, allowing permitted uses in the C1 district. That has been in our zoning ordinance since 1958. It was an error. We are trying to correct it with this study. This study was a housekeeping study for the planning department to undertake only what is in front of you. It has nothing to do with the next request, item number 24 on the agenda, and it has nothing to do with Entergy. This is simply planning, undertaking some housekeeping so that everything is how it should be in order to move forward.
Thank you for the explanation.
Does anyone have any other questions?
Thank you. Anyone else in opposition? Madam Clerk, note the one appeared in opposition, Councilwoman Van Vryken.
Thanks for the explanation and move for approval.
Any objection to the approval of summary number 26576, a motion of Councilwoman Van Vryken, seconded by Councilman Walker? Hearing none, so ordered. Item 24.
Summary number 26577, approving the establishment of a 500 kV energy substation as a special permanent use for Entergy Louisiana in accordance with the provisions of chapters 33 and 40 of the Jefferson Parish Code of Ordinances on proposed lot 20A1A2 Churchill Farm subdivision, which lot is zone U1S, U1R, C2FOD WS-38-25, Council District 3.
We can waive the reading here and open the public hearing for summary number 26577. Anyone in favor, please come forward.
Hello, Mario Chiravalo, 3518 Camp Street in New Orleans, 70115. I'm the Entergy project manager for the new substation, and I was also the project manager for the adjacent existing substation that was built 6 years ago. So I just wanted to let you know I'm here to answer any questions if I need to. Thank you.
Anyone in opposition?
Frankie Hires, just trying to spark some curiosity and away we go. I do appreciate that explanation. I do. If anything you could achieve here in your housekeeping or anything else could be done by any means prescribed constitutionally, I wouldn't have to show up to any of these meetings. So you just apportion yourself according to law. And then I don't have to get up here and embarrass myself
We're not talking about
or anybody
our
else.
government, Mr. Hires.
So when it comes to this one, this is energy, right? This does apply. And it just happens to be those same chapters, 33 and 40 of books of ordinances. The accumulation of statutes is what I oppose. The need for the housekeeping. The arbitrary nature by which everything is achieved in this room. Completely arbitrary and inadmissible. So from one chapter of ordinances to the next chapter of ordinances, just another crotchet, which ingenuities and the combinations of the day have given strength to carry. A crotchet. That's what this is. I oppose this because nobody's going to understand all this. I don't have time to read your books of ordinances. Every time I read them, then I have to bring them to the attention of the enforcement branch. And what happens to me then? They come up with another way to somehow accuse me of the crime. So as this benefits energy, and it does apparently, right, because he got up there in favor of it, exercise some leverage if you would.
You have a problem with the substation, Mr. Hires? That's what this is about.
Yeah. I have a problem with doing anything to enable energy. Yes, that's why I'm opposing this, Chairman. I'm opposing it because I oppose anything that you do to enable the benefits of energy because they don't seem to do a whole lot for us. And that's just based on what people tell me everywhere. They could do better by the citizens of Jefferson Parish. That's what I'm told.
This is a new substation. So
yeah, exactly. Right. So get something out of it other than just giving them the substation. That's the point. Get some leverage out of it.
It's also illegal. Thank you, Mr.
No, it isn't. So.
Anyone else in opposition? Madam Clerk, please note that one appeared in favor, one appeared in opposition. Councilman Lee. Any objection to the approval of summary number 26577, a motion of Councilman Lee, seconded by Councilman Walker? Hearing none, so ordered. 25.
Summary number 26518, approving SP-74-24 for requested variance to the landscape and buffer requirements for LaSalle Park located at 6600 Airline Drive on Lot C and G3, Elmwood Lafreniere Plantation, Council District 2.
We can waive the reading and open the public hearing now for summary number 26518. Anyone in favor, please come forward. Anyone in opposition? Madam Clerk, note that no one appeared. Councilman Bonanno.
Just so people know what this is. It's actually across the street from LaSalle Park, and everybody will refer to it as the old concrete pile. The parish actually owns that property. We're developing it into another soccer field for LaSalle Park, including multiple trees with a walking path underneath Dickory so you can get to the main park. So it's just going to be yet another great addition to LaSalle Park, and for that, I'll move for approval.
Any objection to the approval of summary number 26518 on motion of Councilman Bonanno, seconded by Councilman Walker? Hearing none, so ordered. I have a note that number 26 was withdrawn by the applicants. We move to number 27, please.
Summary number 26579, approving SP-35-25 for requested variance to the landscaping and parking regulations of the MUCD for Rose Garden RV2 located at 5400 block of Lapalco Boulevard on Lot 2B, Square A22, Ames Farm Subdivision, Council District 3.
We can waive the reading and open the public hearing for summary number 26579. Anyone in favor, please come forward.
Jay Dufresne representing the owner and potential developer of the property. This particular lot is on Lapalco, and immediately to the right of it is a used car lot. Immediately to left is the Rose Garden Center. Rose Garden Center is owned by Tony Benedetta, who is the potential purchaser and developer of the property that's before you. Tony also owns the property to the left of his road yard center and has that already developed that as an RV surface storage lot. It's a stone area, fenced area that he developed since very successful. It's very busy, so he bought the vacant lot next to him with the intentions of creating a duplicate RV surface storage area. So we're just asking for your approval of the site plan.
Anyone else in favor? Anyone opposed? Oh, are you in favor, sir?
Christopher Russell, 2613 Ashley Court in Marrero. So I just want to advocate for the variances in this project because it affects Marrero, and that comes with 3 different districts, right? District 1, District 2, and District 3. And so mainly I think it would affect more of Tim Kerner and Mr. Byron Lee. But so as a real estate broker and owner of a real estate firm here on the West Bank, we see, and I get a lot of complaints with my clients calling code enforcement because of trailers and RVs and boats that are just littered in the neighborhoods, right? So RVs on the side of the houses, trailers in front of the houses, and so they're just getting bogged down. I'm having to tow vehicles off Old Shawnee's parking lot. They're on Barataria, and it's just becoming a nuisance. And so I just think that approving this will really help the 3 districts in Marrero to clean up our neighborhoods. And so as far as the variance and the drainage, is that gravel, I think, is going to maximize the surface assumption of that water and then pushing the subsurface water coming from those swells. So I just think it's going to be beneficial for that gravel versus the concrete.
Thank you. Anyone else in favor?
My name's Anthony Tony Benedetto, and I live at 104 South Randall Court, Gretna, Louisiana. And so I do own the business next to it, which is a garden center, pet store. And then adjacent, 100 feet to the west of it, I also own the an RV storage facility, like I'm proposing to build on the east side of the garden center business that I own. And so the variance is, first variance, of course, is the let's start with the islands. The planning department wanted, I believe, 9 islands, and I proposed putting 2 in because the islands, the other 7 islands would go inside the fenced area where the storage, this is RV storage, RV and boat storage, would be at. So it would help maximize my storage capacity by not having islands where they park in the vehicle, the storage, the RV vehicles and boats. And adjacent to those properties, of course, I own the one on the west side of it. It's basically that area of storage, because obviously the first 50 feet or so from Lapalco Boulevard is not for storage. It's going to be the entrance, which is going to be landscaped. That's where all the landscaping is going to go. The more curb appeal part of this development is going to be, facing Lapalco Boulevard. But inside, it's just basically a storage, a road going to the back for delivery trucks at my garden center. And the other side, the east side of the property is a used car lot, and that adjacent to that storage area, basically the owner of that business, which is Nicholas College Cars, he basically stores his cars that are waiting to be repaired there. It's like a backup storage place for used cars that he has to put out. He puts his inventory out in front of the place, which is close to Lapalco Boulevard. But anyway, so that's as far as the islands go. As far as the trees, there's on both east west side of the property, they have a proposed buffer zone, a 5-foot buffer on each side, and there's trees. They had a total of I think 34 trees between that would go in these 2 buffer zones. And the water, that area really is where the water is going to, we're going to use that 5 foot on each side is where the water's going to drain to the front of the property and flow into catch basins, which entail are going to be, I'll use the word piped or culverted from the catch basins into the Lapalco drain system. But those two buffers areas, 5 foot on each side, is I know Chris talked about the water being saturated, but you're still going to have water runoff because it's going to be, I think they use that word, the swells, but it's going to be bellied, so the water runs to the side of the property. But when it gets to the side, it's got to run to the front of the property to get into the catch basins. So anyway, so I'm asking that we not put trees in those 2 5-foot buffers on each side, because I know, because it's the one I have on the other side, when the water flows through any kind of buffer or swale, I say a buffer, swale, it's any obstruction in that buffer will just collects trash. It collects any little dirt, debris, or whatever, and it gets caught up and it blocks the flow of water. So that's why I'm asking for a variance on the, as far as the trees being along. There's 34 trees total. Well, actually, they wanted 46 trees. We're proposing to put in 12 trees in the front and the back, where it's going to, because the back is R2 in the back, which is just a vacant lot, but just to kind of like give curb appeal or beautify the front on the Lapalco and the back, but the sides, are kind of like industrial areas. And so we're asking for a variance on the trees as well. And that's it.
Anyone else in favor? Anyone in opposition?
Lester Plaisance, box 2452, Harvey. I'm opposed to the variances, not so much the use of the property, but as it stands now, the neighbor to the right, which is, he mentioned was the Nickerson cars, there have no hard surface, and we has been proven by another, I guess, storage facility we have approved and just been constructed in the, I guess that was off of Manhattan Boulevard on 7th Street. The property stones have deteriorated, and that now they have high weeds inside the yard. I think that we should not go reduce our standards and, develop Class C properties, and unless along the corridor going from Barataria to the Highway 90, we already have an eyesore next to this particular lot. In addition to that, I don't think we should lower our standards towards developing more green space. We have the Jefferson, Friends of Jefferson, who promotes trees. To reduce trees is counterproductive. They also have the vacant lot behind that property that he's seeking to purchase or has purchased, and which would be, you need a buffer of some trees. That whole area has no trees. It's one big vacant expanse that you can see from Jice and Jice Avenue, I would call it, Jice Street. You can see nothing but vehicles being stored, high grass and weeds. It's just an eyesore. I think we need to raise our standards and try to develop along that corridor to Highway 90 from Barataria, a better standard that gets a more so we can get better investment. We have a number of vacancies on the commercial properties there, and that for us as citizens, and I'm a long-term resident of the West Bank. When we typically most people go towards Gretna for various services. They don't go the other way. Once you pass Ames Boulevard, it's a desert, and it's just a disgrace. And I think people who come to New Orleans for the Players Club, they have 3 nice hotels we built on Manhattan Boulevard, and it's just an embarrassment. It's an embarrassment for me, and I live in that. I live there. I did not move to St. Tammany after Katrina, and I think we need to take a planning study that would promote more quality class buildings, commercial buildings, towards Highway 90, instead of us all have to go towards Gretna from Barataria Boulevard. That's all I have to say. I hope that we reject this reduction of the green space, the trees that we want to promote in Jefferson Parish, and also the not having a hard surface, because that is not having a hard surface and just having stones is not a long-term solution to having weeds grow through that rocks.
Thank you. Anyone else in opposition? Councilman Lee? 3 in favor, 1 in opposition, Madam Clerk. Councilman Lee?
We get a rebuttal?
No.
My understanding is that you all have met with the applicant and you all have negotiated some terms that both of you all have agreed to. Is that correct?
So the Planning Advisory Board recommended approval with stipulations. The Planning Department did not meet with the applicant or come to an agreement. The Planning Department is in favor of the variance to the hard surface parking. That limestone that is being proposed is only being proposed in the area where the storage will be. The actual access and the parking spaces are all hard surface. The Department of Engineering was also not opposed to it. They did just need to provide a border to keep the limestone in place. So for that variance, the Planning Department is recommending approval. For the other variances, we are recommending denial just because of the fact that there's no hardship here that would prevent the property owner from providing the required landscaping. What the property owner or the proposed property owner agreed to with the Planning Advisory Board were that they would provide irrigation for the trees that are provided. The Planning Advisory Board voted to recommend approval based on his promise to provide the irrigation for the trees, and he did update the landscape plan to show that that irrigation would be provided.
So as I was listening to him, he was suggesting that it seemed to be a bit onerous in terms of that matter. And so I was just trying to get some clarity because I understand, as you've said, that the planning department, I'm not the planning department, but the board did approve it with stipulations. And and to your best knowledge, I'd like to know for sure that those stipulations are very clear to the applicant and that they understand that if we were to move forward, then that's what they would have to comply to.
Yes, sir. He has agreed in writing, and he has also updated the landscape plan to show his compliance with the Planning Advisory Board stipulations.
Okay.
All right, before we move on, who asked if they had time for a rebuttal? Hold on. Well, let him finish. There's still time remaining on his side, and then you can come back for the rebuttal. There's still 5 minutes left on your side. I thought time had expired for the rebuttal, but it didn't. So continue with, you have opposition, right? Continue with your opposition, and then there's a little time left for rebuttal.
Okay. So to answer Mr. Lee's question, I did talk to the planning board, trying to figure out what was going on there. They said that they approved the not hard surface only because that he has it already on these existing storage area, okay? He's now asking to put it on the new property, which is on the right side of his nursery. But on the right side of his property, we have the cars business, which has, it's stones or gravel or whatever they had is long deteriorated, and they never did put it back. I'm not to say this would do that, but we also have on 7th Street in Harvey a new storage yard that is deplorable, and we basically setting precedents to not have low-grade properties that are not up to standard when you can have try to get a Class B or better commercial properties that won't go run down. Then we have to call code enforcement, which is what the adjacent property to this lot on the corner, which is Nicholson's car stuff. They always have a lot of car complaints, and they have existing complaints now with code enforcement. I have on Manhattan Boulevard, which is also in Mr. Bonanno's district, that new RV, not RV, but storage yard. It's just become a catastrophe. We have already, since he just started, he developed it as a low-grade storage yard, and he has it full of stones. And the stones have already gone, and I guess they put too little. Green space is very important. I don't know about you guys, but I think with the hurricanes and the global warming and so forth, we need to start not saying, gee, that's okay, we can do 10 trees when we recommended we needed 30 trees. I'm not there with you guys with that, okay? I need that we are hurting ourselves and the planet, and we need to start thinking about what can we do little by little to make it right, and we're doing our part. To lower our standards is not the way to reduce global warming, and that's all I have to say.
Okay, is there anybody else in opposition? All right, there's 5 minutes left on your side for rebuttal, but there's no other rebuttal. That's it.
Right. So, again, I live on the West Bank, and not only as a broker in this, I know all of those lots, that controversial apartment complex that's in litigation right now on the south side of LaPalco, where the 144-unit complex is. I know about the 300 units that's being built by Audi. I sold all that property on the north side behind this development. And so my concern is this. I'm in these neighborhoods daily. This is nothing more than expansion of what is present there, right? There's so many climate control facilities that's been built just on the West Bank, on the interior storage, but nothing on the exterior. All we have really over there is Fort Knox. We need more areas to get these boats and RVs into that staging area, right? Not only that, the supply goes up. Hopefully, over time, the cost will go down so people can get these items and assets into a storage and away from their streets and our houses, right? And when it comes to the drainage, those swells on the east side and the west side of this lot, you don't want to obstruct that, right? Because then you're forcing water to the outside of the perimeter that could potentially flood somebody else. We need those stones there because he's talking about green space. Well, if you concrete that whole area, which is very expensive, then you're going to have all that surface water going into our drains. We need something in place like these stones and the natural elements to absorb the majority of the water. And so I just think the amount of trees, the placement of the trees in the islands is just going to be detrimental to not only that facility, but the neighbors around it. And so when you're talking about 144 units that may or may not come, and you're talking about 300 units that have just been built, those people are going to have assets. They're going to need a place to put this. And so I just think that this opposition is going to be detrimental to our community. And so we need that space.
All right, Councilman Lee.
Okay. Look, we need good development on the West Bank as a whole, and I certainly support that. The Rose Garden Center has been a great partner as far as I'm concerned throughout the history in Jefferson Parish. And I believe that the work that they've done, that they've been consistent and that what they want to do is going to be economically beneficial for the area. As you mentioned, there are some challenges that exist on the West Bank, but I don't think that this is going to be one of them. So with that being said, I move for approval with stipulations.
Any objection to the approval of summary number 26579, a motion of Councilman Lee, seconded by Councilman Walker? Hearing none, so ordered. All right, we have to get to executive session. Madam Clerk, can you please read those items?
We have one more. 28.
We have to get to executive session, though. It's 15 minutes past.
A resolution authorizing the council to go into executive session to discuss legal matters concerning a lawsuit entitled Trey Poche versus Parish of Jefferson, Department of Parks and Recreation, 24th JDC case number 840233, Division P.
Any objection to that executive session item? Hearing none. On motion of Councilman Walker, seconded by Councilwoman Van Vranken. Hearing none.
A resolution authorizing the council to go into executive session to discuss legal matters concerning a lawsuit entitled Jason Jackson Sr. and Kamala Baker Jackson, individually as an administrators of the estate of their minor child, Jason Jackson Jr., CDC case number 2016-5196, Division M, Section 13.
Councilwoman Van Vranken, your motion.
Move.
Any objection to the adoption of that resolution? A motion of Councilwoman Van Vranken, seconded by Councilman Walker. Hearing none, so ordered. And we're going to defer number 9 to our September 17th meeting. Councilwoman Van Vranken, your motion on that?
Move to defer.
Any objection to the deferral of item number 9 to September 17th, 2025? A motion of Councilwoman Van Vranken, seconded by Councilman Walker. Hearing none, so ordered. We're now in executive session.
Yeah.
All right, Madam Clerk, can you please read those executive session resolutions?
A resolution authorizing a settlement in a lawsuit entitled Trey Poche versus Parish of Jefferson, Department of Parks and Recreation, 24th JDC case number 840233, Division P.
Any objection to the adoption of that executive session resolution? A motion of Councilwoman Van Vranken, seconded by Councilman Walker. Hearing none, so ordered.
A resolution authorizing a settlement in a lawsuit entitled Jason Jackson Sr. and Kamala Baker Jackson, individually as an administrators of the estate of the minor child, Jason Jackson Jr., CDC case number 2016-5196, Division M, Section 13.
Is there any objection to the adoption of that executive session resolution? A motion of Councilwoman Van Vranken, seconded by Councilman Walker. Hearing none, so ordered. Let's go back to number 28. Madam Clerk, I believe that's where we left off.
Summary number 26580, approving SP 4325 for a requested variance to the sign regulations of the CBZ from Matt Bowers Hyundai, located at 5969 Veterans Memorial Boulevard on Lot W2D Elmwood Lafreniere Plantation Subdivision, Council District 4.
Number 26 was withdrawn, sir.
Yeah.
Sir. Sir, number 26 was withdrawn by the applicant. Hold on, let me get back now. We can waive the reading on this item, and the public hearing is now open for 26580. Anyone in favor, please come forward. Anyone in opposition? Madam Clerk, note that no one appeared. Councilwoman Bohannon. Let me open everybody's mics again. Sorry about that.
Move to approve.
Any objection to the approval of summary number 26560, a motion of Councilwoman Bohannon, seconded by Councilman Walker? Hearing none, so ordered. Number 29, please.
Summary number 26581, revoking and declaring a 50-foot wide portion of Westwood Drive right-of-way adjacent to parcel EA Orleans Corp. tract, Marrera no longer needed for any public purpose, and authorizing its sale to Lincoln West LLC, the adjacent property owner. Council District 3.
We now open the public hearing for summary number 26581. Anyone in favor, please come forward. Anyone in opposition? Madam Clerk, note that no one appeared. Councilman Lee, your motion.
I move for approval.
Any objection to the approval of summary number 26581? A motion of Councilman Lee, seconded by Councilman Walker. Hearing none, so ordered. Number 30, please.
Summary number 26582, revoking and declaring a portion of Broken Borough Street right-of-way adjacent to Lot 50, Beverly Garden subdivision extended at 50 Beverly Garden Drive, Metairie, no longer needed for a public purpose, and authorizing a sale to the adjacent property owners. Council District 5.
Public hearing is now open for summary number 26582. Anyone in favor, please come forward. Anyone opposed? Madam Clerk, note that no one appeared. Councilman Lozeberg.
To approve.
Any objection to the approval of summary number 26582 on motion of Councilman Lozeberg, seconded by Councilman Walker? Hearing none, so ordered. 31.
Summary number 26583, rescinding ordinance number 24689, adopted on the 14th day of March 2014, which renamed the portion of Oak Street from 9th Street to St. Levi Tan Street to Joseph Van 2 Street, Marrero, Louisiana, Council District 3.
Public hearing is now open for summary number 26583. Anyone in favor, please come forward. Anyone opposed? Madam Clerk, note that no one appeared. Councilman Lee. Any objection to the approval of summary number 26583? A motion of Councilman Lee, seconded by Councilman Walker. Hearing none, so ordered. Number 32 with amendments, please.
Summary number 26565, establishing the Design District Economic Development District for the benefits of the Restoration Tax Abatement Program, Jefferson Parish, Louisiana. And the amendments are in Section 1 to change Monticello Avenue to Parish Line and southern side of Earhart Expressway to the center line of Earhart Expressway, extended the boundary westward to the eastern boundary of Oshner's main campus, northward to Spruce Street, then back south to Jefferson Highway, adding properties on both sides of Brooklyn Avenue and western side of Iris Avenue as well, otherwise similar boundaries. And that's all the amendments I have.
Any objection to the amendments being brought from the floor? Hearing none. Councilman Bonanno, your motion on the amendments?
Well, you have to ask for comments.
That's coming after the amendments.
Okay, I'll move.
Any objection to the adoption of those amendments? A motion of Councilman Bonanno, seconded by Councilman Walker. Hearing none, so ordered. The public hearing is now open for summary number 26565. Anyone in favor, please come forward.
I'm Monica Brady at 144 Coolidge Street in Jefferson, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Old Jefferson Community Association, also known as OJCA. First of all, thank you, Mr. Bologna of JEDCO, and Councilman Bonanno and Councilwoman Van Branken for attending and speaking at our Neighborhood Association meeting about the proposed design district. OJCA is in favor of the proposed design district if it includes both the west downriver side and east, the east downriver side and west upriver sides of Coolidge Street between River Road and Jefferson Highway, so both sides. The proposed design districts was extended once before from Brooklyn Avenue to both sides of Harding Street between River Road and Jefferson Highway. Oddly, at that time, both sides of Coolidge Street between River Road and Jefferson Highway were excluded. So all the roads from the Orleans-Jefferson Parish line to Oxner Main Hospital between River Road and Jefferson Highway were included, except for this one, which was Coolidge. So that was odd, and it should be included, both sides, including the side that shares a property line with Oshner Main Hospital. OJCA promotes the livability of the Old Jefferson neighborhood and is opposed to rezoning of residential housing stock in our area. Coolidge Street's inclusion in the proposed design district is critical and beneficial to our mission. We are in favor if both sides of Coolidge Street between River Road and Jefferson Highway are included, and thank you for your time.
Anyone else in favor?
Frankie Hires is going to rise in favor, and then I'm going to do that other thing. But you mentioned it, and I got to rise in favor, and I got plenty of friends throughout from Rio Vista to Brooklyn. Specifically, my friends reside, and I play music with them on Brooklyn Avenue. Great that they get to have some tax break. that they got included in this. I suppose you'd have to amend this in order to include Coolidge, unless, at least that's what it sounded like, didn't include Coolidge on this amendment?
That's just what we did.
It did?
Yes.
Okay, I didn't get it, and from what the last speaker said, I was worried that that wasn't part of that. It's that arbitrary line, though, so we have to make sure that we're taking care of that community and respecting the needs of that community. So I rise in favor. I'm happy to see some of my friends possibly get a benefit out of this. I'm guessing this is one of them deals where if they restore their property or improve their property, they get a break on their property taxes, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Anyone else in favor? Anyone in opposition? Oh, I'm sorry, ma'am.
Monica Brady, 144 Coolidge Street. When it was read, I heard it was the east side of Coolidge Street. Can you confirm that the boundary is both the west side, which is the side of the street that is contiguous with Oshner Main Hospital, is included in the district?
It said the east side of Oshner's campus, so that would include all of Coolidge.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone in opposition?
Yeah. Frankie Hires got to rise in opposition every time we do some of this stuff, as well intended as it is. And as I'm going to make sure my boys, they do landscaping. I'm going to make sure they do renovations so they can capitalize on this. And it's kind of sad that I have to. If we understood the rules with regards to direct taxes, I wouldn't have to, and you wouldn't be indulging this. Direct taxes shall be apportioned. Every exemption, every exception raises the tax burden on those who don't qualify. And the people that are paying the millages aren't even showing up to vote for them. The people you got voting for these millages are the people benefiting from this, that have exemptions, that have assessments frozen. So as we endeavor to do one good deed from the next, it may create some other special district that gets a tax exemption just by investing in their property arbitrarily, and God bless them if they didn't know about it, right? Too bad for you. You didn't know that you could invest a little bit in your property and avoid taxes? Oh, I guess you should have been at the meeting. Maybe if you had a representative for every 25, 30,000 people, if we were apportioned 15 single-member districts like a police jury, 7 on the west, 8 on the east, then I wouldn't have to worry about any of these little tricks and little crotchets of ingenuity, because you'd be my representative, or I'd be knocking on your door and replacing you. This isn't a representative body because it's not apportioned. And y'all mean well, some of you more so than others, I suppose. But I don't want to have to rely on good intentions. I want a simple and frugal government, one that's accountable of, by, and for the people. You're not the authority. The people are the authority. Chairman, you're a facilitator of this meeting. You're not the authority. I appreciate you, and I appreciate the time afforded to me when you do so. Figure this out. I go home.
Anyone else in opposition? Madam Clerk, note that 2 appeared in favor, 1 appeared in opposition, who was also in favor. Councilman Bonanno.
Move for approval.
Any objection to the approval of summary number 26565, a motion of Councilman Bonanno, seconded by Councilman Walker? Hearing none, so ordered. Item 33, please.
Summary number 26584, decreasing the speed limit from 30 miles per hour to 25 miles per hour on Avron Boulevard from the intersection of Transcontinental Drive and Avron Boulevard to the intersection of Lake Villa Drive and Avron Boulevard, Metairie, Louisiana, Council District 5.
Now open the public hearing for summary number 26584. Anyone in favor, please come forward.
Frankie Hires rising in favor. Ensuring domestic tranquility trumps even an apportioned representative body. So I am thrilled to be able to see y'all address the reckless driving on that north part of Lake Pontchartrain area, right? I know Transcontinental over there. I work over there lots of times. And throughout this parish, the reckless driving, the abuse of speed limits in these neighborhood streets, I couldn't speak to that enough. It's what got me in here just 4.5 years ago. You realize that, Chairman, it's only been 4 years and a few months?
Seems like 9. Anyone in opposition? Madam Clerk, please note that 1 appeared in favor. Councilman Lozelberg.
Move to approve.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see you stand up. Opposition? In favor or opposition?
Opposition.
All right.
My name is Ryan Nugent. I actually live at 5444 Erlanger in District 4. But my family has also owned property on Avron Boulevard in Metairie since the mid-1970s. And I can attest that speeding has long been an issue on Avron Boulevard. But I also have to comment on the fact that in most of those years, I could probably count on one hand that I've actually seen JPSO doing speed enforcement on Avron Boulevard. So I suppose the question is, because number one, Avron was never built out the way it was intended to be built out, and of course we're going to deal with it in the way that it is today. But Avron was originally intended to be a much wider roadway. It was intended to be 2 travel lanes with either 2 additional travel lanes or with a parking lane on either side. That's part of the reason those frontages are so large. So this was intended to be a main artery into many of these neighborhoods. And I do think for people who are actually obeying the speed limits and traveling at 30 miles per hour, making them, everything take longer for the people who simply aren't obeying the law, I don't know that necessarily fixes the problem. I totally respect that the intention here is 100% great. We definitely do want to reduce traffic fatalities throughout the parish. But like I said, in this case, I think enforcement is probably more the solution than changing a law that's already not being enforced. Thank you.
And look, we always encourage people. We get speeding complaints all the time in our offices. Can you please, Mr. Hires?
Yeah.
We don't need any theatrics, okay?
Speak theatrics.
Just hang on. Sir, we get plenty of speeding complaints throughout the parish all the time. We always encourage people to call the traffic division of JPSO because we are separate and we don't deal with traffic enforcement. But we also have speed trailers available that can be requested to put on streets for a while in different neighborhoods, that they'll be there for a couple of weeks. It's a deterrent sometimes, but then it comes back at times. But in the end, people have to take responsibility for where they're driving through and where they live. But JPSO will usually come out, if requested by the area, to run radar for a period of time on a street like that. Yep.
Yeah, so rising in opposition because
Yes, sir.
he inspired me.
Okay, super.
Right. So because he inspired me, that's why I had to come up here to piggyback on him in this, in the opposition, because reducing that speed limit doesn't necessarily get this done, right? And he's probably more accurate. He lives over there, knows that little neighborhood a little bit better than I do. I had to get in here over a stop sign. I had plenty of neighbors. One neighbor wanted us to have another speed limit sign. But I can tell you right now, the thing that remedied my problem and the citizens' problem on Homa was that additional stop sign. And I've got plenty of neighbors that wish you'd put another one a little bit further up the road, closer to West Metairie. I hadn't been over there enough to know if it'd be appropriate to affect another stop sign, a street away from wherever there's a 4-way already, to basically remedy this in a way that forces people to reduce that speed. I don't get everybody stopping at that stop sign. Not everybody does. But nobody's doing 60 and 70 miles an hour down that street anymore. So there is, ways to mitigate for this and ways to do this. Reducing the speed limit, I think, is still a reasonable thing to do, just like he said, but it's not probably, enforcement doesn't happen. JPSO doesn't have the sheriffs. When they were called for Homa Boulevard, they showed up on 4th of July weekend. JPSO is not the solution when the council can do some things about this. You have tools that can redress this.
Anyone else in opposition? All right, 1 in favor, 2 in opposition, one of whom was also in favor again. Councilman Liljeburg.
I don't disagree with the opposition, but this is, since we don't enforce the law, this is kind of the best that we can do, so I'll move to approve.
Any objection to the approval of summary number 26584, a motion of Councilman Liljeburg, seconded by Councilman Walker. Hearing none, so ordered. Item 34, please.
Summary number 26585, amending various sections of Chapter 6, Article 5 of the Jefferson Parish Code of Ordinances relative to Carnival, Mardi Gras, and other parades. And it should also read that it was placed on the agenda by Mr. Liljeburg at the request of the administration.
We now open the public hearing for summary number 26585. Anyone in favor, please come forward. Anyone in opposition? Madam Clerk, note that no one appeared. Councilman Liljeburg.
To approve.
Any objection to the approval of summary number 26585, a motion of Councilman Liljeburg, seconded by Councilman Walker. Hearing none, so ordered. 35, please.
Summary number 26587, amending ordinance number 14796, the pay plan for the classified service of Jefferson Parish to create a new job classification of Assistant Director Flood Plan Management and Hazard Mitigation.
Now open the public hearing for summary number 26587. Those in favor, please come forward. Those in opposition?
Frank Hires, rising in opposition. I need government that's frugal and simple, and this just isn't going to add to that or make that any more feasible.
Madam Clerk, note that any other opposition? One appeared in opposition. Councilwoman Van Branken.
Move for approval.
Any objection to the approval of summary number 26587? A motion of Councilwoman Van Branken, seconded by Councilman Walker. Hearing none, so ordered. 36, please.
Summary number 26588, amending ordinance number 14796, the pay plan for the classified service of Jefferson Parish to delete select class titles.
Now with the public hearing for summary number 26588. Anyone in favor, please come forward. Anyone in opposition? And Madam Clerk, note that no one appeared. Councilwoman Van Branken.
Move for approval.
Any objection to the approval of summary number 26588? A motion of Councilwoman Van Branken, seconded by Councilman Walker. Hearing none, so ordered. Number 37 with amendments, please, the operating budget.
Summary number 26589, amending the 2025 operating budget, and the amendments are to allocate $200,000 from Council District 3's Westbank Tourism Fund for a multi-year CEA with New Growth Economic Development Association for the production of the Westbank Heritage Festival to promote arts and cultural programs, recreation, and tourism, Council District 3. Allocate $100,000 from Council District 3's Westbank Riverboat Gaming Fund for a multi-year CEA with New Growth Economic Development Association for the production of the Westbank Heritage Festival to promote arts and cultural programs, recreation, and tourism, Council District 3. Allocate $26,000 from Council District 3's Westbank Riverboat Gaming Fund to account number 44-560-4008-7454-456-29123 for the COVID Memorial Walking Trail Project, Council District 3. To allocate $20,000 from Council District 2's Off-Track Betting Fund for a CEA with John Curtis Christian School for police details and facility rental expenses for the LHSAA football games to be held at Shrine on Airline, Council District 2. Allocate $1,450 from Council District 1's Video Poker Fund to account number 21790-2451-042-7699.9 for Lafitte Library signage, Council District 1. Allocate $380 from Council District 2's Westbank Riverboat Gaming Fund to project number 58517004 for costs associated with the acquisition of Hope Haven property, Council District 2. Allocate $153 from Council District 3's Westbank Riverboat Gaming Fund to traffic engineering account number 222-0000053331 to pay invoice for a sign for the Avondale Homes Neighborhood Association meetings, Council District 3. And that's all the amendments I have.
Any objections to the amendments being brought from the floor? Hearing none, Councilwoman Van Branken, your motion on the amendments.
Move for approval.
Any objections to the adoption of those amendments? A motion of Councilwoman Van Branken, seconded by Councilman Walker. Hearing none, so ordered. The public hearing is now open for summary number 26589. Anyone in favor, please come forward. Anyone opposed?
Frankie Hires, rising in opposition, just trying to spark a little curiosity. And I'm curious for one thing, because I think I might have either misheard it or just didn't get what it was for. Was it $380 for something for Hope Haven, or was it $380,000?
$380.
$380? Okay. It just seemed like a really small amount of money to be allocated from anywhere to anywhere. I rise in opposition simply not because I oppose the good works that are hoped to be accomplished by this, but the means by which they're accomplished. This is tourism money. That's that hospitality taxation. 0.5% less on the West Bank than it is here on the East Bank, sowing hot blood between neighbors. Right? It's that virtual representation clause. So when District 3 and District 1 and District 2 all represent municipalities more so than they do the unincorporated, and then you start taking money differently from one side of the river and allowing somebody who may live on one side of the river or the other to allocate those funds, there's a whole bunch of stuff going on that basically gets reduced to being taxation without representation. That was the cause for our Revolutionary War. So I got a rise in opposition.
Stay on the topic.
This is the topic. And
not about the construct of our government.
Again, if you don't have the power, if you're not empowered legitimately, then you don't have the authority to tell me really anything.
Okay. We do, though, so you can wrap up.
You can go ahead and try, but you don't. The people are the ones that hold the power, not the elected officials. That being said, it's the arbitrary taxation that bothers me. It's the fact that one side of the river pays a different rate of duties, tariffs, excises. That's what these are. Indirect taxes must be uniform throughout the whole. So unless we're ready to sever the parish, make the West Bank its own parish, then they can tax themselves any way they want with regards to hospitality, and it won't affect the Eastbank in any way, shape, or form. And that would conform to the Constitution of the United States that I swore to support and defend, sir. I'd appreciate it if you get curious about this.
Anyone else in opposition? Madam Clerk, note that one appeared in opposition. Councilwoman Van Vranken?
Move for approval.
Any objection to the approval of summary number 26589 on motion of Councilwoman Van Vranken, seconded by Councilman Walker? Hearing none, so ordered. Next is the capital budget number 38 with amendments.
Summary number 26590, amending the 2025 capital budget, and the amendments are to recognize a transfer of $26,000 from Council District 3's West Bank Riverboat Gaming Fund to account number 44-560-4008-7454-45629-123 for the COVID Memorial Walking Trail Project, Council District 3. Allocate $20,000 from Council at Large B CDIA General Fund for a CEA with John Curtis Christian School for police details and facility rental expenses for the LHSAA football games to be held at the Shrine on Airline, Council at Large B, to recognize a transfer of $380 from Council District 2's West Bank Riverboat Gaming Fund to project number 58517-004 for costs associated with the acquisition of Hope Haven property, Council District 2, and that's all the amendments I have.
Any objections to the amendments being brought from the floor? Hearing none, Councilwoman Van Vranken, your motion on the amendments.
Move for approval.
Any objection to the adoption of those amendments on motion of Councilwoman Van Vranken, seconded by Councilman Walker? Hearing none, so ordered. The public hearing is now open for summary number 26590. Anyone in favor, please come forward. Anyone opposed?
Frankie Hires having to do this again. I'm going to speak to the one thing on there. There might have been a couple things on these amendments that resonated. We opened the meeting with the invocation. Superseding commandment is to love thy neighbor. I do believe that our apportioned representation is meant to codify that into governance. The Establishment Clause of the Constitution prohibits the establishment of religion. A lot of people sit to my left take that, I think, the wrong way. They think that this is supposed to prevent the intrusion of faith on governance. Boy, would that be terrible, huh? I'm a man of renewed faith, and the books of Matthew, Mark, John, and Luke mean a whole lot to me. Everyone will bring their faith or the lack thereof to the office. The reason why the Establishment Clause, I believe, is there is not to protect governance from the intrusion of faith, but to protect the institutions of faith from the corruptive influence that governance and the power of governance has.
Right,
so my question and my concerns with regards to this particular amendment is when we enrich John Curtis, what happens when a council comes along that refuses to do so? Do we not create a situation where the church, the institutions of faith, are dependent upon the taxpayers in a way that the taxpayers are oblivious to? If there's no ever any kind of amendments or any kind of capital outlays to benefit the public schools, in other words, the Shrine on Airlines never made available to the tune of $40,000 for EJ, right? Bonnie Thompson come in here looking for a little assistance on that. She couldn't even get you all to remedy that. So when it comes to providing for institutions of faith, taxpayer dollars, it's a question of what are we setting those institutions up for? I'm sure those institutions of faith are well intended. I'm sure the people there are doing good works. But if they're being set up to fail because they're reliant upon public dollars, then that's on us.
You know what just happened. Anyone else in opposition? Madam Clerk, note that one appeared in opposition. Councilwoman Van Vranken, your motion.
Move for approval.
Any objection to the approval of summary number 26590, a motion of Councilwoman Van Vranken, seconded by Councilman Walker? Hearing none, so ordered. Number 39, resolutions and motions from the floor. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilwoman Bohannon.
I have none.
Councilman Liljeburg.
One.
A resolution granting St. Angela Merici 835 Melody Drive permission to conduct their St. Angela Merici Ram Fest, formerly known as Catfish Festival, on Friday, September 26, 2025, and Saturday, September 27, 2025, from 11 a.m. until 10:30 p.m., and on Saturday, October 5th, 2025, from 11 a.m. until 9 p.m.
Any objection to that resolution being brought from the floor? Hearing none, we now open the public hearing on that resolution. Anyone in favor or opposition, please come forward. Madam Clerk, note that no one appeared. Councilman Liljeburg.
Move to approve.
Any objection to the adoption of that resolution by Councilman Liljeburg, seconded by Councilman Walker? Hearing none, so ordered.
Councilman Kerner.
I have two.
Yes, sir. A resolution appointing Mr. Paul Rivera to the position of Chief of Staff to Councilman Tim Kerner Jr., representing Council District 1, appointing Mr. Jeff Adam and Ms. Jessica Ragusa to the position of Administrative Aide to Councilman Tim Kerner Jr., representing Council District 1.
Any objection to that resolution being brought from the floor? Hearing none, we now open the public hearing on that resolution. Anyone in favor or opposition, please come forward. Madam Clerk, note that no one appeared. Councilman Kerner.
Move to approve.
Any objection to the adoption of that resolution by Councilman Kerner, seconded by Councilman Walker? Hearing none, so ordered.
A resolution requesting the United States Army Corps of Engineers to immediately conduct emergency dredging of Barataria Waterway Channel for the purpose of preserving a United States navigable waterway and facilitating vital trade, oil and gas, and commercial fishing routes for southeast Louisiana.
Any objection to that resolution being brought from the floor? Hearing none, we now open the public hearing on that resolution. Anyone in favor or opposition? Madam Clerk, note that no one appeared. Councilman Kerner.
Look, I just want to note a few things with this. This is a major issue that I want everybody to be aware of. I mean, this slows down and stops a lot of the commerce in southeast Louisiana, specifically Jefferson Parish. Right now, you have commercial fishermen vessels that have been using this for 100 years. They're actually they're trying to get through it and are stopping. You have tugboats that bring in commerce back and forth, materials back and forth to support our trade here, that are being stopped, dead in their tracks because of the Army Corps' failure to dredge. About, 10 years ago, Representative Kerner and Jug, I don't know if y'all know Jug, he's done plenty of interviews, commercial fisherman, has been doing it since before I was alive. They went up to D.C. and got funding for this with the help of Senator Vitter, Senator Landry at the time, and Congressman Scalise. And it's been a decade, and right now they're just sitting on that funding, not doing it. And it's creating a massive problem. So I want to thank my colleagues for joining me in making this a joint motion, but I also want to put the administration on notice as well. I think this is something we need to jump on immediately and try to resolve this. I already have fishermen right now in the community. Look, the way the process works, it's fishermen first, but then it's the tugboats, then it's the big boats, and you're getting close to that threshold, and it happens fast. Right now, you have fishermen that's putting for sale signs that have lived here for centuries. Families have lived here for centuries, putting for sale signs at their house because they can no longer fish in this, once this historic federal channel. First it'll start with them, but make no mistake about it. If we don't all come together and jump on this, then it'll be businesses. It'll be Engineers Road. It'll be a lot of the jobs that support Jefferson Parish and really Plaquemines Parish and St. Charles Parish. So I ask everybody to please put this on notice. I'll be sending some emails in the future to get everybody on board with this and scheduling some meetings. But based on all that, I move to approve.
Thank you, Councilman Kerner. Any objection to the adoption of that joint resolution brought forward by Councilman Kerner, seconded by Councilman Walker? Hearing none, so ordered.
Councilman Bonanno. Councilman Lee. Oh, yes, sir. A resolution amending resolution number 144740 adopted on August 7, 2024, which approved a cooperative endeavor agreement between the Parish of Jefferson and New Growth Economic Development Association for the production of the Eastbank Heritage Festival to amend Section 2 of the resolution to add 2 account numbers for the 2025 Eastbank Heritage Festival.
Any objection to that resolution being brought from the floor? Hearing none, we now open the public hearing on that resolution. Anyone in favor or opposition, please come forward. Madam Clerk, note that no one appeared. Councilman Lee. Any objection to the adoption of that resolution by Councilman Lee, seconded by Councilman Walker? Hearing none, so ordered.
Councilman Walker.
I have none.
Councilwoman Van Rankin.
I have none.
And I've completed the roll.
Thank you. It takes us to consent agenda 1. Councilwoman Van Rankin, your motion on the in globo adoption of items 40 through 99.
Move for approval.
Any objection to the in globo adoption of consent agenda items 40 through 99? A motion of Councilwoman Van Rankin, seconded by Councilman Walker. Hearing none, so ordered. That takes us to item number 100.
A resolution providing for canvassing the returns and declaring the results of the special election held in the Parish of Jefferson, State of Louisiana on Saturday, May 3rd, 2025, for authority to renew the levy and collection of an ad valorem tax in the parish and other matters in connection therewith. The following votes had been cast in the parish. Votes for, 22,429. Votes against, 13,575. There was a majority of 8,854 votes cast for the proposition. The proposition was carried.
Councilwoman Van Rankin, your motion.
Move for approval.
Any objection to the adoption of that resolution? A motion of Councilwoman Van Rankin, seconded by Councilman Walker. Hearing none, so ordered. 101, please.
A resolution providing for canvassing the returns and declaring the results of the special election held in Consolidated Drainage District Number 2 of the Parish of Jefferson, State of Louisiana, on Saturday, May 3rd, 2025, for authority to renew the levy and collection of an ad valorem tax in the district and other matters in connection therewith. The following votes had been cast in the district. Votes for, 23,804. Votes against, 11,915. There was a majority of 11,889 votes cast for the proposition. The proposition was carried.
Councilwoman Van Rankin, your motion.
Move for approval.
Any objection to the adoption of that resolution? A motion of Councilwoman Van Rankin, seconded by Councilman Walker. Hearing none, so ordered. Item 102, please.
A resolution providing for canvassing the returns and declaring the results of the special election held in Consolidated Jefferson Recreation and Community Center and Playground District of the Parish of Jefferson, State of Louisiana, on Saturday, May 3rd, 2025, for authority to renew the levy and collection of an ad valorem tax in the district and other matters in connection therewith. The following votes had been cast in the district. Votes for, 18,014. Votes against, 10,011. There was a majority of 8,003 votes cast for the proposition. The proposition was carried.
Councilwoman Van Rankin, your motion.
Move for approval.
Any objection to the adoption of that resolution? A motion of Councilwoman Van Rankin, seconded by Councilman Walker. Hearing none, so ordered. That takes us to consent agenda 2. And Councilwoman Van Rankin, your motion on the in globo adoption of items 103 through 179, minus 104 and 105, which are selections, 147 through 151, which have already been adopted, 154, which will be pulled for discussion, 157, which will be amended, and 173 and 174, which will be deferred to 9/17/25.
Move.
Any objection to the in globo adoption of items 103 through 179, minus 104 and 105, which are selections, items 147 through 151, which have been adopted, and 154, which will be pulled for discussion, 157, which will be amended, and 173 and 174, which will be deferred to 917. A motion of Councilwoman Van Vranken, seconded by Councilman Walker. Hearing none, so ordered. Item 104, Madam Clerk.
A resolution selecting an engineering firm from the list of approved firms established under Resolution Number 144664, adopted August 7, 2024, and Resolution Number 146489, adopted June 18, 2025, for routine engineering services for sewage projects, which services will be required for professional and supplemental services for Airline Park and Hudson Lift Station Improvement, E4-1, SCIP Project Number 55132, Council District 2.
Councilman Bonanno.
I move on principal engineering as the prime and Elos Environmental as the resident inspector.
Any objection to the selection of principal engineering as the prime and I missed your resident inspector.
Elos Environmental.
Elos Environmental as the resident inspector. A motion of Councilman Bonanno, seconded by Councilman Walker. Hearing none, so ordered. Item 105, please.
A resolution selecting an engineering firm from the list of approved firms established under Resolution Number 144664, adopted August 7, 2024, and Resolution Number 146489, adopted June 18, 2025, for routine engineering services for sewage projects, which services will be required for professional and supplemental services for day and commercial lift station improvements, N-12-7, SCIP Project Number 2544, Council District 2.
Councilman Bonanno.
Move on PEC as the prime and Elos Environmental as the resident inspector.
Any objection to the selection of PEC as the prime and Elos Environmental as the resident inspector? A motion of Councilman Bonanno, seconded by Councilman Walker. Hearing none, so ordered. Item 154.
A resolution authorizing the acceptance of monetary donation in the amount of $500,000 from Lawrence Larry Gibbs and Marion Gibbs for the purpose of making improvements to Little Farms Playground.
Any Councilman Bonanno, your motion.
I move for approval. I just want to pull this out of order, off the agenda, just because I wanted to thank Mr. Gibbs, Miss Larry and Marion Gibbs for this very, very generous gift of $500,000. Little Farms Playground turned 100 years old this year. It's the oldest playground in the parish. Mr. Gibbs approached me about 2 years ago about doing some major renovations to this playground in celebration of it turning 100 years, and that's what we're doing. Mr. Gibbs has 7 kids, and he coached all 7 kids at this playground, and he lives across the street. So it's very near and dear to his heart, and I just wanted to, again, thank him for this donation.
And your motion?
Move for approval.
Any objection to the adoption of that resolution? On motion of Councilman Bonanno, seconded by Councilman Walker. Hearing none, so ordered. That takes us to 157 with amendments, please.
A resolution authorizing the acquisition of Lot 5A, Square 20, Harvey Canal subdivision, bearing municipal address 1006 Paulette Avenue, Harvey, from Mount Pilgrim Baptist Church for any public purpose. And the amendments are in Section 3 to change the account number to 2301027837720300183, Council District 3 BP Settlement Fund, and that's all the amendments I have.
Any objections to the amendments being brought from the floor? Hearing none. Councilman Lee, your motion on the amendments? Any objection to the adoption of those amendments? A motion of Councilman Lee, seconded by Councilman Walker. Hearing none, so ordered. Your motion, Councilman Lee. Any objection to the adoption of that resolution as amended? A motion of Councilman Lee, seconded by Councilman Walker. Hearing none, so ordered. Let's go to item 180 now on the addendum agenda. And Councilwoman Van Vranken, your motion on the in globo adoption of addendum agenda items 1 through 20.
Move for approval.
Any objection to the adoption of addendum agenda items 1 through 20? A motion of Councilwoman Van Vranken, seconded by Councilman Walker. Hearing none, so ordered. Item 21, please.
A resolution authorizing the purchasing department to advertise for statements of qualifications from persons or firms interested in providing professional public relations services for the parish of Jefferson for the preparation of an informational campaign related to the Eastbank Consolidated Fire Department, Jefferson, Louisiana pay plan. And the amendments are to remove the whereas section, and that's all the amendments I have.
Any objections to the amendments being brought from the floor? Hearing none. Councilman Bonanno, your motion on the amendments?
Move to approve.
Any objection to the adoption of those amendments? A motion of Councilman Bonanno, seconded by Councilman Walker. Hearing none, so ordered. And before we go for the motion and discussion, I'd just like to offer a motion to defer, if there's a second anywhere.
A second.
Is there any objection to the motion to defer? A motion of Councilman Walker, seconded by Councilwoman Van Vranken.
You object?
Is there any objection?
Yeah, I am, yes.
Yeah.
I think I object to the deferral.
Okay.
I guess we're going to need a roll call vote, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Where does it start? Do we need a roll call vote in the deferral? Or, okay.
I mean, we have.
Yes.
So this will be to defer addendum agenda item 21. Councilman Kerner.
I vote in favor of a deferral.
To defer. Councilman Bonanno.
No.
Councilman Lee.
No.
Councilman Walker.
Yes, defer.
Councilwoman Van Rankin.
Yes.
Councilwoman Bohannon.
No.
Councilman Lozelberg.
No.
And the motion fails.
And I'll open the discussion by just saying, I had discussions about this during the week, and I don't feel like the timing is right or the use of public funds to do this is right. And there was a time on this council when if you asked for a deferral, you got a courtesy deferral. That doesn't exist anymore, apparently. But when somebody wants a deferral, contrary to a want of a particular council person, usually that courtesy deferral is given for more time to discuss a matter or more time to look at a matter. And I've had things that I've really wanted to pass on a certain day that I've deferred because there was a desire to defer it. So I wish we could defer this, and I wish we could talk about it a little bit further and see if it's necessary, since the parish president and the administration are in the midst of negotiations with the fire department right now, and there's another meeting set for tomorrow. So again, my position is that I don't think this is necessary at this time, and it may not be necessary at all, but the use of public funds to do something that we can generally do ourselves, I believe, from where I sit, is not necessary. So that's, and look, I'm not doing it for applause. I'm not doing it for any other reason except that I believe that we can discuss this a little bit further and do this at the appropriate time if it's something we want to do at that time. But I think when facts are important to me, there's a lot of yelling and screaming involved in this. There's a lot of people who are unhappy about this. My contention has always been that facts are facts and numbers are numbers. And when it all plays out, we'll be able to see what we can do within our current structure, within our current millage. And a lot of it is very black and white. So when we get through that black and white and we see what's on the other side of it, then we'll be able to figure out what to do. And we're committed to doing the right thing as far as letting the numbers guide us and letting us see what we can do within our existing millage. That's where we are. So I think anything before that is premature, and anything after that may or may not be warranted, but I don't know at this time. So that's where I stand on this. If anybody else has comments, they can go now too. Councilwoman Van Vranken.
I was going to say, when my colleagues brought this up, I had the same initial thought. Our public information office is the vehicle that we use to put out information on every millage issue that we bring before voters. I'm not sure why our public information office wouldn't be able to do this free of charge. I think that's in our best interest. I do have one point of clarification I'd like to ask the parish attorney, just so I appreciate moving forward. When we like the public information office puts something out because they're using public funds, they have to stay informational in nature. It can't advocate for a position. Will the same be true if we put out an SOQ for a private firm to put out information? Will it be able to advocate a position, or will it have to remain informational only? Okay, thank you for the clarification.
She said informational in nature. Sorry, your microphone was off.
Okay.
It was still off, but we heard you. Informational in nature. Anybody else? Councilman Banana?
I think the issue here, Mr. Chairman, is this is a very time-sensitive matter. So you have to advertise for a minimum of 30 days. We don't have another council meeting until September 17th. So there's no harm in advertising. If this is resolved by September 17th, we don't have to ratify the contract. But I cannot for the life of me understand why anybody would be opposed to educating the public on this pay plan, the laws that affect it, how much each position earns, include mandatory overtime and supplemental pay. It just boggles my mind that we want to hide this from the public. For months now, Mr. Chairman, could you...
Please, guys, we can't have comments from...
Y'all can laugh all y'all want. Don't affect me.
Please
For
don't
months
talk.
now,
You
I
can't
have
talk from the
watched
seats.
union members attack this council and the parish president on social media using the mantra 1053 is not enough. And I agree with you. I want to see these guys get a raise. I was the only one who pushed for you all to get a 5% raise 2 years ago when nobody else got one. I put that on there. So I have a very balanced approach to all of this. Trust me when I tell you that no one wants to fix this issue more than me. However, you'll all know there's a state law that requires this parish to increase every fire department's job classification 10% more than the classification that's under them. If you increase the lowest, you got to increase the highest. This council has been told that to do so would require a substantial increase in property taxes collected by the Eastbank Consolidated Fire Department. The public deserves to know the facts surrounding this issue and how much it's going to cost them. I'm not going to participate in a social media debate over this issue. Anyone can make false statements on social media and not be held accountable. The purpose of this consultant would be to review all the payroll rules and laws and develop a fact sheet only, and explain, all of this information, and we can place it on our website, send it to our civic associations, all those things. It would be the facts and only the facts. Being a leader is not a popularity contest. It's about studying both sides of an issue and making the decision that is best for all the people we serve. To date, we have not taken any action. Yet on social media, false claims are already being made. This is an attempt to slander the firefighters, and nothing could be further from the truth. I challenge anyone to show me where I have said anything negative or derogatory about this department and its firefighters in the last 3 months. It doesn't exist, not on social media, because I am not going to participate in these social media games. I think it's important that we also engage our businesses. Businesses pay the majority share of property taxes, not the citizens, because they have homestead exemptions. We've been told by our finance department that this could increase our annual budget for the fire department by up to $9 to $10 million a year. You know how much we have in fund balance right now? $8 million. How are we going to sustain this plan going forward? Nobody wants to talk about these issues. The public, the businesses, and the taxpayers have a right to know how this is going to affect them before we make a decision. I'm not going to hide this from the public. With that, I'll open the floors up to my colleagues.
Let me respond, Councilman Bonanno, quickly, because I don't disagree with anything you said. I simply disagree with the vehicle with which to get there. I think that we have had a lot of bad blood boil over during this months-long debate, and I want to make it clear that you can tag me in as many social media posts as you want. You can say whatever you want. You can make whatever public claims you want. That's your right, but it's not going to affect how I look at the issue going forward. And I believe rather than a PR firm that we have to wait 30 days for, our parish attorney's office could put out a fact sheet in a week and address all these issues. I just believe there's a different way to get there. I don't disagree with anything you've said. I want to know how we can do this within the existing millage, and I want to know where there is a viable solution. That we don't know yet. So I agree, but I disagree with the way to get there. Councilwoman Bohannon?
Well, we have made some attempt to have it done in-house, and unfortunately, that's just not an option. Employees of this parish, including this council, have been viciously cyber attacked. We are not going to subject, apparently, our employees to having that kind of thing pushed on them. So the only way to protect our employees, but also be honest with the public, is to hire an outside firm. So, we have a parish attorney who's a forensic CPA. We have very great experts in this parish. We have people who come from different backgrounds and walks of life. And to figure out the fireman's compensation is bigger than just us. So we hired experts to help us. Those experts resulted in a 369-page report. Even the experts couldn't boil it down to a simple, clear message. But the public paid for this report. The public has every right to know exactly what's in it, and they have a right to know in a clear and concise manner. Not the rhetoric, not the emotional arguments, but a clear, concise, factual message. And that's what we seek to do. I refuse to engage in using public dollars to do this report and not let the public know. The people in my district, my taxpayers, my constituents, they have every right to know and understand what's in that report. But if people on this council and in this parish have a difficult time understanding the pay study, our public can't possibly be expected to spend to read and interpret 369 pages and understand clearly what's happening. Even those of us deeply engaged have questions after reading it. But I am not going to participate in hiding the results from them. If we can't do it in-house, which clearly we can't, then we have to seek outside help. The allegation of what happened 20 years ago and Social Security numbers and addresses, there is no one on this council that wants that to happen. This is factual. What are the numbers? What do they mean? What's the result of them? And if you believe that you are underpaid, then that's going to say that in there. But we can't keep doing this social media weird stuff that's happening right now. We have to be above that. We are Jefferson Parish employees. We are the example for the state, and it is embarrassing. So what we need to do right now is take a step back, hire an outside firm that can give a clear and concise message, and let the voters who paid for it know what it says.
Anyone else? Councilwoman Elizabeth?
I agree. I'm going to try not to be redundant because much of what I wanted to say has already been said. Mr. Burkhardt, I agree. We need to negotiate in the sunshine. Council Chair Walker, I agree with you. Facts are important. I believe that there's been a campaign of misinformation. I believe that we have all been attacked, some of us more than others, on social media. I mean, I had a post about my dog, and a personal post, not even from a professional page, and I was bullied about that into this debate, which has nothing to do with my dog, I assure you. I believe that we're trying to be intimidated. I was not raised to be intimidated. I was raised to fight back, and we're going to fight back with facts. Okay, let's all look at the facts, because facts are important, and figure out where we go from there. As Councilman Bonanno said, not a penny has to be spent. Okay, if we can work this out, and I hope that we can, not a penny has to be spent. And let me say this, okay? There are very few people in this room that know what you guys do. When my wife was in the hospital, having just had our fifth baby, I was at home with 4 kids, 4 toddlers, and we had a fire in the middle of the night. So I see what you do, okay? I was displaced from my house for months. I know what you do, and I appreciate what you do, okay? So if I seem like the enemy, I promise you I'm not. But at the same time, I understand. Look, I also know what it feels like to be a public servant that feels underappreciated. I disputed multi-million-dollar adjudications and sentenced people to death for $120,000 a year. I think there are 80-plus firemen that may make more than that right now. I mean, we all agree. I think everybody here agrees that first-year firemen need to get paid more. That it's paltry, and it's sad. I've worked with the administration on trying to fix that. I know that they want to fix that, and we all want to fix that. But we can't break the bank for the whole department by trying to make sure that these younger guys get paid a fair wage. Lastly, the latest intimidation tactic that I've seen is that this resolution is a smear tactic. It's nothing further from the truth that it's a smear tactic. Now, listen, as I said, I appreciate what you guys do. I know what you guys do. I think y'all are the best. What this is to show what a great department we have and what a great job it is. And that's where we're going.
Anyone else? All right, Councilman Bonanno, your motion.
Well, I'd like to ask the parish attorney one quick question. Madam Parish Attorney, would it be inappropriate to have the parish attorney's office certify that anything we publish before we publish is factual? Oh, we can't hear you.
I have your mic on, but you're muted. There you go.
We'll be happy to review it, sure.
Okay, thank you. Move for approval.
Any objection to the adoption of our resolution on joint motion of Councilman Bonanno, Councilman Lozeberg, and Councilwoman Bohannon? And is there a second?
A second.
Seconded by Councilwoman Bohannon.
I'm going to ask for a roll call.
Yeah, roll call vote, please.
Okay, and this is going to be to approve resolution for addendum agenda item number 21. Councilman Kerner.
And did I miss my window to say a few words? So,
that was when I said anyone else and left about 5 seconds.
It's been a few nights of no sleep with the newborn.
He's not sleeping, and he's our rookie.
We'll come back around, Councilman Kerner. Go ahead.
So what I wanted to say is, look, my colleagues make very, very good points. I think the train's gotten off the tracks. I support y'all 100%. And look, just for the record, I'm against us using this, going outside when we have the PIO's office. I think that's what it was used for. But I do have to let all the firefighters know, look, hey, we all support you. I know certainly I do. I thank y'all for y'all's service. But I understand where my colleagues are coming from. Things have gotten too personal. I mean, the chief's been a class act. The gentleman right there has been a class act. But you've had a few times, I'm a 34-year-old man at the end of the day. And when I see certain men come up and address the parish president almost in a very aggressive way, it just shows that we're going off the tracks a little bit. And I understand why they would want to try to get some facts out, because when things like that happen and people get too off topic, and it's more of getting daily wins and actually achieving an objective, you get in the weeds, and the public doesn't know what to believe. Now, that being said, I'm truly hoping whatever, and really I have one final question. Who is, if this does go through, I mean, how do we determine their messaging, this consultant? I mean, do they work with each council member? Do they work with the administration?
The numbers are the numbers.
So they just release numbers as they see fit?
No, they're going to have to work with the administration and the finance director to verify all the numbers, and then allow, as we say, give it to the parish attorney to verify the information.
Yeah. So look, I think we have a PIO office to handle just that, but I do understand my colleague's point, and I just hope that whether this gets approved or it doesn't, let's start making things civil. Let's reach out to the public with facts and numbers. Understand, make no mistake about it, to anybody in the public watching, all these people support firemen. The parish president support firemen. They're basing decisions based on what they think is best as their position as the steward of the taxpayers. And I just think we're losing sight of that. Now, I do appreciate your passion. I appreciate you fighting for what you believe in. And because of that, I'm going to vote no and try to, encourage the PIO's office to start presenting these facts that the experts laid out so finely for us. But I do understand my colleague's point. So that being said, I'm going to vote against this.
Okay, well, hang on. We got to do this again. Yes, ma'am, Madam President, hold on. Go ahead, unmute yourself.
I would like to say this.
look, this comes with my job. I ran for office, and I've been attacked. I've been turned into an animal on social media. I've been all these things that, rather than hurt me personally, I'm more embarrassed for us as a parish of what has been going on. But I signed up for this role, and this comes with the territory. For my employees and the employees under the administration, I just ask that they do their professional work, that what I hired them for. And I absolutely do not want to see any employee under my supervision to get personally attacked. So that is why I am not comfortable. Our PI office would want to do it. They are ready to do anything. But this is so political in nature. This has got so personal in nature. This has got so ugly that I would not want my boss to expect me to do that when I go to work just trying to be a professional. So because this, as you said, has gotten so off tracks, I would be more comfortable if an outside firm did this. And this is not my PIO office talking. This is me talking as their supervisor.
Well, look, that being said, you know, if I feel that the message comes out and it's biased and it's not factual, I'll be the first to call it out and call it a disgrace and stand right down side of you guys. But with that being said, you know, I'm going to vote in favor of this.
Wait, hang on. We'll come back around and do the roll call vote. Madam President, I understand where you're coming from, but at the same time, it's a public information office, and I think we do have a duty as a government to put out that information in a factual way. Is it outside the realm of possibility for our parish attorney's office to do that, to put out that information in the same way and certify that information as factual as an attorney?
Whatever you do, with the conversation of like there's an unwillingness to do it, it is because of the social media campaign that has been lodged against many of us, that I want to create an environment, regardless of this issue or any issue, that we come to work in a professional environment, and I want to protect our employees and give them that opportunity. And I don't think the past weeks have shown I will be throwing them to the wolves, and that is not a position as a manager any of us want to be in. And unfortunately, this situation did get that ugly. Maybe it did not get the play throughout the whole community, but within a certain couple hundred people on social media, it got uglier than I've ever seen, and I was embarrassed for it because these are, at the end of the day, parish employees getting paid by parish dollars. So we need to have a social media policy that we need to come back for later on, which I know that's not making the room happy, but we are a professional organization, and there are certain standards that we need to maintain, and we have not maintained those standards. And I've been unable to enforce those standards, or I would probably be criticized of trying to silence people. And I don't. I'm not afraid of this issue. None of us are. And I do say that we are underpaying our starting firefighter salaries, and I want their cooperation and help to try to move that and get these salaries up. But because it got so personal and because it got so off track, I really want to protect our employees from personal attacks. So I don't really want to get involved in this issue, but that is how I strongly feel as a manager and as a supervisor.
Councilwoman Van Vryken.
I appreciate what everybody has said, because I know I have, the one time that I responded, immediately the attack was on my family. That has as much to do with this as Hans's dog. So I do think we all need to take it down a notch, because being so hateful and ugly doesn't serve any of us well from either side. What I would propose, and this is why I had seconded Councilman Walker's request for a deferral, when I first entered parish government and was working on your side of the hall, parish president, we were coming in an era when we were trying to increase transparency and trying to put processes that were off track back on track. One of the things that we did at that time was we published, not on social media, but on our website, we published every employee's salary. And I think you'll remember that because you were on the council. I would have no problem if, and that's where I don't really know what the scope of what my colleagues envision. But if what we're talking about is salaries, we can accomplish putting salaries online, mine, yours, theirs, everybody's, free of charge. It gets posted on the website. there's no talking back to the website. I mean, that information used to be uploaded for free, available to all. And so that might be a step we can take to put all of because we're all paid by public dollars. I wouldn't have a problem with that, and I definitely I would not want any of our employees to be subject to anything that they feel, is a personal attack. So again, whether or not this moves forward today, we're going to have a scope of what the information will be. If we can accomplish putting salaries out there on a consistent basis and putting that online for everyone to see, I'm fine with that, and that costs us nothing. And is very even-handed if we publish everyone's. Maybe it takes that issue off the table. Again, I guess I would just ask, because we do have we have a capable PIO staff, and we have a website available. Maybe if we can put some of that information out there to minimize the cost of whatever this outside firm would be making, because I don't know where it's going to be charged or who's paying for the outside firm. But if we can accomplish some things by just posting on our website information that is useful to the public, then I'd be happy to see that happen.
Anyone else? Anyone else? You good? Thank you, Councilman Kerner. Councilman Bonanno, it's your motion.
Move.
Any objection to the adoption of that resolution or joint motion of Councilman Bonanno, Councilman Liljeburg, and Councilwoman Bohannon, seconded by Councilwoman Bohannon? Object. Can we do a roll call vote?
Councilman Kerner.
I'm going to vote in favor.
Councilman Bonanno.
Yes.
Councilman Lee. Yes. Councilman Walker.
No.
Councilwoman Van Rankin.
No.
Councilwoman Bohannon.
Yes.
Councilman Liljeburg.
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right, addendum agenda item 181, Madam Clerk.
A resolution approving a cooperative endeavor agreement between Old Metairie Security Enhancement District, Parish of Jefferson, State of Louisiana, and Metairie Club Gardens Association Incorporated regarding the provisions of security enhancement services within the geographical boundaries of the district and providing for related matters.
Councilman Liljeburg.
Move to approve.
Any objection to the adoption of that resolution? A motion of Councilman Liljeburg, seconded by Councilman Walker. Hearing none, so ordered. Item 182, please.
A resolution approving an agreement between Consolidated Water Works District Number 2 of the Parish of Jefferson, Louisiana, and City of Westwego regarding the sale of potable water.
Councilman Bonanno.
Move.
Any objection to the adoption of that resolution? A motion of Councilman Bonanno, seconded by Councilman Walker. Hearing none, so ordered. That takes us to item 183 now, Madam Clerk.
A resolution authorizing the acceptance of a donation of 10 EV plug kits and 10 tool sets from Dawn Buster's Kiwanis Club valued at $10,345.81 to Eastbank Consolidated Special Service Fire Protection District of Jefferson Parish, Louisiana.
Councilman Bonanno.
Are we buying electric fire trucks? Well, I don't know what an EV plug is, but I move for approval.
Any objections to the adoption of that resolution? A motion of Councilman Bonanno, seconded by Councilman Walker. Hearing none, so ordered. 184 with amendments, please, Madam Clerk.
A resolution accepting the lowest responsible bid of Severding Construction Incorporated under bid proposal number 50-00147812 for the construction of Fire Station Number 11, project number D5414 for the Eastbank Consolidated Special Service Fire Protection District of Jefferson Parish, Louisiana, at the bid tabulation price of $3,932,160, and authorizing the execution of the designation of a construction contractor as agent of a governmental entity and sales tax exempt certificate. And the amendments are to remove the fourth whereas. And that's all the amendments I have.
Any objection to the amendments being brought from the floor? Hearing none. Councilman Bonanno, your motion on the amendments?
Move for approval.
Any objection to the adoption of those amendments? A motion of Councilman Bonanno, seconded by Councilman Walker. Hearing none, so ordered. Councilman Bonanno, your motion.
Thought we moved already.
That was on the amendments.
Yeah, okay, move for approval.
Any objection to the adoption of that resolution as amended? A motion of Councilman Bonanno, seconded by Councilman Walker. Hearing none, so ordered. 185, please.
A resolution approving a payment in lieu of tax incentive agreement between the Jefferson Parish Economic Development and Port District and the Francis J.V. Prop Company, LP, relating to the acquisition, construction, and development of an approximately 251-unit market rate apartment complex, including parking, to be located in the Elmwood Center in Jefferson Parish, and providing for other matters with respect to the foregoing. Council District 2.
Councilman Bonanno.
Move for approval.
Any objection to the adoption of that resolution? A motion of Councilwoman Bonanno, seconded by Councilman Walker, and Councilwoman Van Vranken abstaining. Hearing none, so ordered. 187, please. That was 186, right? Or was that, did I jump ahead? That was 185. Okay. 186, Madam Clerk. Sorry about that. Yeah, this one too.
A resolution approving a payment in lieu of tax incentive agreement between the Jefferson Parish Economic Development and Port District and the Elmwood Expansion Retail LLC relating to the acquisition, construction, and development of additional buildings comprising a total of approximately 64,000 square feet of additional retail space in the Elmwood Center in Jefferson Parish, and providing for other matters with respect to the foregoing. Council District 2.
Councilman Bonanno.
For approval.
Any objection to the adoption of that resolution? On motion of Councilman Bonanno, seconded by Councilman Walker, with Councilwoman Van Vranken abstaining. Hearing none, so ordered. 187, please.
A resolution approving a cooperative endeavor agreement between the Parish of Jefferson and the Housing Service Development District to provide for the management and maintenance of 4 properties, 2909, 2913, 2917 Berwick Street, Jefferson, Louisiana 70121, and 7732 Mistletoe Street, Metairie, Louisiana 70003, to be transferred by the Parish of Jefferson, the Housing Services Development District, to further facilitate the specific focus of keeping the units occupied by qualified residents and to ensure that the units continue to meet applicable housing standards during the affordable period. Council District 3.
Councilman Lee, your motion. Any objection to the adoption of that resolution? On motion of Councilman Lee, seconded by Councilman Walker. Hearing none, so ordered. Wow, we got here. No new business, no status reports. Now we're to the part of the meeting where persons appearing before the council on special subject matters can do so. You have 3 minutes to speak, must fill out a request to speak card at the back of chambers, hand it up to the clerk in front. Please give your name and address for the record.
I'm glad I brought my lunch. I wasn't going to speak on this, but I need to say something before I get to why I'm really here. Last night, I responded on the parish page, on your Facebook page, to bring a lunch, because after reviewing the agenda and the resolutions, I knew that it would be a long meeting. And you said it got ugly to you guys. Well, I have no pony in this race. I live in the 3rd District, so I have no pony in this race. And someone trashed me on Facebook because I put, bring your lunch. As many council meetings as I've been to, I know when to bring a lunch and when I know it's going to be short and I can get home for lunch. So I appreciate the fact that y'all are getting dogged. I mean, I've seen it when I watch the council meetings live, but I had no pony in this, and they attacked me. None whatsoever. I'm very proud of our 3rd District Volunteer Fire Department. The reason I'm staying is because I did read that lease for the Kmart project. what a great deal at almost no risk. We have at least 3 new businesses that have come to River Ridge in the last 2-3 months. Very small businesses. And they're going to be really hard pressed to survive. I wish that we could work together with the council and JEDCO to help our small businesses. Y'all awarded, honored someone today for, I think, 47 years of a small business in Jefferson Parish. That's where we start. I mean, small businesses. We have very many small businesses that are trying to struggle through on Jefferson Highway. We need to help them, and not so much these big corporations where, you know, we're funding the building of a multi-story complex. So I'd appreciate any help the council can give us and JEDCO can get us so that we can keep these small businesses, because that's what's going to thrive River Ridge. We don't have any room for big businesses. We have very little room for small businesses. We want those to survive. So if we can get help like you're giving the big businesses, we'd much appreciate it. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Karen Nugent. I live at 5444 Erlanger Road in District 4. I'm here today because I hope to start a conversation on something that I think the parish has not done so far. Specifically, the parish is in the process of transitioning its street lighting from high-pressure sodium to LED, but there doesn't appear to have been any public discussion about the color temperature of the LEDs being installed. To provide a little info, color temperature is the color of light emitted by a particular light source. Most people are somewhat familiar with this concept since it's a factor anytime you go to the store to buy a light bulb. For reference, 2100 Kelvin or 2100 K is the very orangey light from the high-pressure sodium bulbs. 2700 K is comparable to an incandescent bulb. 3000 K is equivalent to halogen lighting, and 4000 K is your standard fluorescent bulb. 3000 K has long been considered the gold standard of good lighting and has been adopted by cities and municipalities throughout the nation. So it's pretty baffling to me and disturbing to see that Jefferson Parish is installing 4000 K lights that are really better suited for a prison yard than our residential streets. There are a lot of misconceptions when it comes to color temperature, but there are 4 words to remember the crucial benefits of 3000 K lighting. Soft. Soft light is less visually intrusive and less disruptive to human sleep patterns. Clean. 3000 K, excuse me, 3000 K light does a better job of rendering colors accurately, which is a crucial factor when it comes to safety. Attractive. 3000 K light is visually more attractive and helps enhance the natural beauty of outdoor spaces and buildings. And finally, conscientious. 3000 K light is a conscientious choice because it has fewer negative impacts on drivers with ocular disorders and is less harmful to the environment. As someone with several visual impairments, this last characteristic of 3000 K is especially near and dear to my heart. It's the reason I'm speaking here today. During the night, driving at night can be quite a challenge and even dangerous when bright, glaring lights, like many of those appearing on our roadways, are shining in your face, and in some instances making it almost impossible to see important elements of traffic in the roadway. The high color temperatures just makes the effects worse, and without sounding too dramatic, I really don't think the dangers can be overstated.
That's your time, ma'am. That's your 3 minutes. Thank you.
Hello. Hello, Council. My name is Larry Collins. I run a restaurant in District 3, Wags Food and Culture. And I'm so jealous of the problems some people have here. Traffic, heavy traffic, zoning R1 to R2. I have a different kind of traffic. A traffic that hangs outside the building and scares away my customers. I have traffic parking and the convenience of my customers to go next door to solicit drugs. That's the kind of problems I have. I would like to talk to the parish attorney about this matter. Am I at the right place to do that?
You can do that.
Okay.
Afterwards.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Boris Maturiev. I live on the 4600 block of Avron Boulevard over in District 5. I'm actually originally from the DC area and have lived here for about 7 years, going on to 8 years. Give you a bit of background about me. And I'd like to give thank you to giving us a chance to speak on different matters. I'm actually here to bring up attention on the LED neighborhood lighting that my friend Karen had mentioned just earlier. Mentioned about the high pressure Kelvin bluish white LED lights that were installed. And while these lights are very energy efficient, the color temperatures they give off is a lot harsher than the warmer ambient amber lighting most of us are used to. When I had lived in the DC area, and I'd actually recently got back over there to visit some friends and family, I'd noticed how the lighting in the neighborhoods and the community at large were upgraded and made it more friendly, more welcoming, and more attractive, while not compromising the safety of the people and the ability for people to actually see what's going on in their neighborhoods. I think that when you have a light installed right outside your window that is at least 4,000 Kelvin, it might be a little distracting to actually get some sleep. And I'd like for the parish to consider that this might be a waste of money to upgrade these lights, only to then have to downgrade in the Kelvin and then reinvest money to retrofit these lighting fixtures. So if we do it correctly the first time, we don't have to have all these emerging problems from not being able to properly see the roads or properly identify people, and then actually have a neighborhood that looks good during the dark hours of the night. And I'd actually, when I lived in DC, back then, they use a lot of low-pressure sodium light bulbs, so it's a lot harder to see at night. Now, it's not only more attractive to see things during the nighttime, it's still safe without it being very, very bright and blinding. I hope that the council can take it a little more seriously and not waste taxpayer dollars upgrading light fixtures that do not promote the health and safety for our community members, and is a waste of our taxpayer time. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
My name is Ryan Nugent. I live at 5444 Erlanger Road in District 4, and I promise I'll be the last speaker on this issue. I'm also here today to speak on the street lighting issue, but this is far from my first time attempting to reach out to the parish and to my elected representatives regarding this matter. Jefferson Parish is a late adopter when it comes to LED street lighting. There are U.S. cities that started their street light transitions as long ago as 2008, so we've had many years to learn from those early adopters. As with the rollout of any new technology, there are successes and misfires. What if I told you that some of those early adopters are now spending a great deal of money to transition their high Kelvin LED networks to warmer 2700K and 3000K equivalents? would that not make the reality of Jefferson Parish as a late adopter embracing a 4,000K standard even more absurd? Well, it should, because that's the reality of our present situation. As I said, I've been attempting to reach out on this issue for several years. When I first started, I thought it was mostly a matter of preference, and I certainly did find survey after survey that indicated overwhelming public preference for 3,000K street lighting over 4,000K street lighting. However, I also found an abundance of research indicating the intrinsic advantages of 3,000K street lighting from the numerous standpoints the previous speakers have mentioned. Moreover, it's because of this science and research that organizations including the American Medical Association, the International Dark Sky Association, and the National Soft Light Foundation have endorsed the use of lower Kelvin street lighting like 3000K. Now, one point I would like to clarify is that while not ideal, 4000K street lighting is at least passable in commercial areas. Where it's entirely inappropriate, and where by contrast 3000K is much more appropriate, is in residential areas. It's for this reason that a bill was recently proposed by 2 Republicans in the Arkansas legislature to set a maximum limit of 4,000K street lighting in commercial areas and a maximum of 3,000K in residential areas statewide. Hundreds of municipalities from across the country have already selected 3,000K as their standard for street lighting, including Knoxville, Tennessee, Washington, D.C., Gainesville, Florida, Santa Fe, New Mexico, Chicago, Salt Lake City, Denver, and Phoenix, just to name a few. So I guess my questions are, why are we here? Who's making this decision for all of us? And is there any chance that this matter can finally receive the consideration it deserves?
Mr. Chairman, our director and Mark Drews will be happy to speak on this issue with them after this meeting.
Mark Drews is usually right there. He's over there. He'll speak with you at the conclusion of the meeting in a few minutes.
Our director of engineering.
Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Again, Robert Burkett, Jefferson Firefighters, 7 Bundy Court in Kenner, Louisiana. We talked about the resolution that passed about this public relations firm. And I think Ms. Van Recken made a very good point. When she was working with then Parish President John Young, employee salaries were posted, but they were not just posted. They were posted exactly where they were. They were posted what the years of service the employee had. They were posted with their base pays. They were posted with their overtime. And I think that if we're going to do that, or if we're going to have anything about our salaries, I've listened almost ad nauseum about, your assistant chiefs are making more money than anybody in the parish. I've stood up here time and time again to tell you that that's because of the massive amounts of overtime that they're forced to work. They're not given this opportunity. We had a study, and the study said this is the cheapest way to provide this service. And now we find them being chastised because they make more money than is comfortable for some people. Not suggesting any of you. But what I'd like to tell you is this. My highest ranking, longest tenured assistant chief today, as we speak, makes $42.35 an hour, base pay. I would like to see, I can tell you, the list is very long of parish employees who make substantially more than that gentleman makes. There's only 3 of them. And so when I say, well, how much less can you give him? Some of those assistant chiefs have not had an increase in pay, other than Mr. Bonanno's suggestion and Mr. Lee's suggestion, and the council adopted the 5% cost of living raise. Those 3 assistant chiefs have not had an increase in pay in 10 years, while insurance and inflation has eaten away at what they earn. So when we stand here today and say, we'll just post their total annual salary to make the citizens enraged. How can you give these guys a raise? Well, these guys are working 56 and a half hours a week. Other parish employees are not, And then when you bring it down to the nuts and bolts of it, you go, maybe us firemen just aren't worth what we think we're worth. you know. But then I look on the West Bank, the Division of Fire Services that this parish created, the assistant director who has no suppression responsibilities. It's an office job.
That's your time, Mr. Burkett. Just finish the sentence, please.
Okay. He makes $92 an hour. Twice what my assistant chief makes. That's responsible for everything that happens in this parish. Thank you.
Good evening, Council. My name is Tommy Bergren. I live at 5924 Louis I Avenue in Marrero. I am the fire chief at Herbert Wallace Fire Department in Avondale, and I have 49 years of fire experience. I come here today on 2 points, one being the consolidation study that's being proposed for the West Bank, and the others for the Eastbank Fireman's Pay Raise study. In my time in the fire service, I've been an instructor. I've worked at the Fire Training Center. With that, I've been able to travel around the country, other fire departments, New York, and New Mexico, Florida. And I can say unequivocally, without a doubt, looking at those departments and then coming back here to Jefferson Parish, Eastbank, and West Bank, we have some of the finest firefighters that you're going to find out there. With that being said, the problem I have, and looking around, we have other parishes that are paying more money for fire protection for firefighters. They're giving raises. And my biggest fear is if something isn't done with the West Bank study isn't done right, and this study for the East Bank's not done right, we're going to start losing firefighters. That is something we should not even think about, but it's the truth. These other departments are sitting there waiting to see what doesn't happen in Jefferson Parish and start picking these firefighters out. Right now, we have one of the best fire training facilities that we've ever had in connection with the parish and the State Fire Marshal's office. We're training these men and women every day. They get training. We go back to the engine house. So we're making their stock a lot more worthy, and other people are taking notice. And the other thing is we got more firefighters in Jefferson Parish, and the East Bank especially, that have advanced degrees that they could probably go out and get a job using that degree. But they choose to do the fire department job because they love the department, they love the job, and they want to serve their community. What I'm saying is maybe we could take a pause, back up, realize what we're looking at. But again, as a fire chief, and I'm getting ready to retire, but I'm afraid of what's coming down the road. I don't want these other parishes to come in. New Orleans just gave a 45% raise, I'm told. And speaking with a chief over there, they kind of make a joke to say, yeah, we just wait to see what happens in Jefferson. These guys come over. They don't have to put them through school. They put them right in the engine house. And then the joke's been for a while, Jefferson will train them, we'll take them. So just food for thought that these guys, especially the East Bank men and women, I've trained them, I've worked with them. West Bank, especially with this pay study coming up, you know the old adage, if you want the best, you got to pay for it. So that may be something to kind of think about. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Before my time starts, I'd like y'all to sit down. I don't want y'all to get blamed for what I'm about to bring up. So y'all take a seat. It's funny it was brought up about the social media. I am one that gets on social media. I am one that says things on social media because I have that right as a citizen. And I made a comment this past weekend, end of last week, in regards to the resolution that was voted on today. And I'm okay with that. I'm okay with people that want to badmouth firemen. It's their right. I made a comment that was politically motivated off of a consultant that I am concerned who continually gets contracts because he's a consultant for certain members of the council. That's what my post was about, which, okay, I am willing to accept whatever repercussions and consequences come down upon me. But I got a text message Saturday night, since we talk about intimidating and bullying, from a councilman who said, how quickly you forget who stepped to help you won't happen again. That's the copy of it right there. That's from a councilman. I'm a chief of a fire department on the West Bank. So I have to ask, Councilman Bonanno, I don't feel that this is an intimidation threat against me physically. I don't. And I'm not trying to insinuate in that any way. But I take that as a threat against the community I serve. So do you mean that if I came here and asked for something for my fire department or for my community, that you would vote it down because I made a political post? Because if that's a fact, you're not discriminating against me, brother. You're discriminating against the very people you and I both chose to serve. That's what I'm upset about.
I'm glad you brought
Please don't. I do not want y'all to get any ramifications brought back against y'all because of me.
I'm glad you brought that up because you're the reason these people all feel intimidated. Constantly,
I'm the reason they feel intimidated? Go ahead.
Because you're constantly attacking this council and this parish president, accusing us of slander and all this stuff. Look at your shirt. What shirt are you standing there wearing right now?
Live Oak Mountain Volunteer Fire Department.
Does the Eastbank fire pay plan have anything to do with you?
No, but they have something to do with me.
Wait, no. Let me finish. Okay. Let me finish. Is this not your profile picture on Facebook?
Yes, it is, sir.
Are you not standing in a public fire station in front of a
Yes,
fire
I
truck?
am, sir.
Do you know we have a prohibition in this parish against making political activities at a public building?
Do we?
Yeah, yes, we do.
So I made a post, and that's a picture of my headline wearing my stuff in a public building.
You're under the color of your department. So my question is, does the Live Oak Manor Board of Directors continue your political activity while wearing their uniform in a public station?
You'd have to probably ask the board.
I plan on asking them that. That's why I made that comment, not about intimidation. It's you, sir, who are creating intimidation. It's you, sir, who are on social media making these comments. You don't see me on social media doing that, and you're doing so wearing a uniform at a public station.
I wasn't wearing the uniform when I made that.
This is the picture that comes up on your profile.
On my profile
You
page.
can't separate your profile picture from your public comments. We wouldn't allow a parish employee to do this because we have a social media policy. But when you make a post wearing this uniform, attacking this council in a publicly owned fire station in front of Pumper 738, you, sir, are acting under the color of the fire department. Okay. You cannot separate yourself from that. And that's my point to you. My point to you is not a threat of intimidation, but if you want to use your uniform to attack this council, you don't even your department doesn't reside in my district. And my point is, I'm not engaging you anymore. You want to engage in social media and threaten people and intimidate them, go ahead. But I'm not going to participate in it. That's my point to you. It won't happen anymore.
Fair enough. And my board meets, I believe it's this Tuesday, if you'd like to talk to them.
Before you start my time, can I get clarification on something that happened earlier at the roundtable discussion going round and round? There will be a seat at the table for President Burkett with whoever y'all involved to lead this and the parish attorney to make sure that factual information is being put out from both sides' agreement, right? Not just what the parish attorney who's sitting next to her say. I just need clarification on how that's going to go. Who will be? Are you, as the council at large, would you be in charge of that?
I voted against it. I'm not in charge of anything.
Yeah. Competency is very hard to find around here. I'll start my time now.
Before you start, let me just say, look.
Well, wait a second. I didn't engage you. I was just asking Councilman
I'm answering
Walker.
your question. You engaged us. I'm answering your
As
question.
long as I'm not on the clock.
No, you're not on the clock.
I haven't started yet, no.
I'm happy to as I told you guys before, I'm happy to meet with you, Mr. Burkett, anybody that wants to meet with me. And yes, I'll make sure that if this goes forward, that he gets a voice.
So you have not met with them up until this point?
There is nobody to meet with.
Oh. Well, I mean, this has been going on for 5 months.
We're gonna start now. Go ahead.
Okay. Steve Orcus, 104 Panther Run. I scratched my whole speech that I had. I'm just gonna go off of what needs to be said. This is pretty simple. They gave you a 60-day deadline after you strung us along for 5.5 months. If that deadline isn't met and you don't continue to meet with us weekly, minimum bi-weekly, to make progression to get a deal done, this is it. This was the last slap in the face. Me and these guys, these women, we are not taking this anymore. We have been professional. You can say that we've intimidated. You referred to my our profession as being prostitutes. You all have aides that are hiding in the background on social media saying the same stupid crap all over the time. Like, we're not going to deal with it, okay? I'm just letting y'all know. I'm just letting everyone know. I'm going to scratch what I said. You have until that 60-day mark to come with something other than the 80% that we asked for. And we're not that far off of 80%. And you're going to give it to the 1053 firemen, not with your opinions about what you think it's actually been at 1697, because you're wrong. The law says you're wrong. You're going to give it to the 102 who makes $42 because he should be making 90, because that guy makes like 99, and he's not worth a damn. So that's what's going to happen.
We're not going to get into personal attacks, Mr. Orcus, please.
That's what's going to
and
happen.
Look, you're addressing the council, okay?
I am addressing the council. And if it doesn't happen, then they are no longer going to be able to hold the chains. They are not strong enough. We are coming unglued, and this is going to be a gigantic headache for everyone in this room. Mark my words. I got to go pick up my kid.
Threats and intimidation. Threats and intimidation.
Madam President.
I think those comments were highly inappropriate. I committed to trying to get any of the salaries that were below market and below competitive to that point. As parish president, I would like to see every across the board above average, 105, 108%. And then we can always retain people. We have an attractive department. People will keep coming to us. That would be my goal. But as you know, and as we've talked about, we have state law that sets a pay plan and a structure that does not give us the ability to manage it the way it should be managed properly. It is not about my unwillingness to do it. We have looked at the numbers. Mr. Lachute has looked at the numbers. He knows these numbers inside and out. It is not about our unwillingness to do it. It is state law that ties our hands. And a 300 and how much fix, because of state law, a $327,000 fix to bring starting firefighter salaries to the competitive level, having to make raises across the board that the state makes us do, turns into a $9.8 million fix. How much wiggle room do you think I have with the money that the taxpayers give us with that kind of disparity? It's not about an unwillingness to do it. It's about state law that we have to comply with. A ridiculous state law. A state law that is preventing us from managing it financially the way it should be. It's not about an unwillingness from me or Mr. Lachute or any of us to want to do it. And my first proposal was to go with us to the state legislature and get us out of this absolutely ridiculous law that is not financially sustainable in the future. If I don't fix it in my term, it'll be another parish president who'll have to fix it, and we'll get more and more disparity in the pay plan. Do you know this pay plan that we have? Generally, we have some salaries, I'm looking at it right now, that are very low. But just say some of the first-year firefighters, about $25,000. I don't know. I don't know the numbers, but the numbers start repeating high. 15, 16, 21,000, 21, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, to 190,000. That is a major disparity in pay. I don't know that the work that you do every day justifies that kind of disparity in pay. I absolutely agree with you. The lower end needs to be raised. But I need their cooperation, and I need them to help me go to the state and get this law changed so we have the flexibility to raise this starting firefighter salary. It's not about being threatened. I don't appreciate you as a parish employee coming here and threatening us or speaking that way to any of us. And you all understand the law as well as I do. It's about the state law.
And a reminder, we have to keep the comments from the seats to nothing, please. Unless you're at the podium, please don't speak or make noise.
Mitchell Arbaugh, 79 OK Avenue. All right, I'm going to take it down a little bit because temperatures are getting a little high. We talk about transparency and everything. And Ms. Shang, look, I agree with you. We need to be transparent. And I do believe that everything posted from our social media site is accurate. However, something you just said was inaccurate. You use base pay to explain first-year firefighters. But then when you said 190,000, you took into account base pay, state pay, overtime, and everything else. Again, I'm not throwing darts. I'm just clarifying. Our base pay is, I believe, $26,272, $26,282. That's the base pay for a firefighter. The base pay for an assistant chief is $105. And again, they've been there for 23 years. They make $42.35 an hour. That is their hourly rate. Plain and simple, that's what they make. I mean, but let's also hit on transparency. The second we showed up, I believe, at the April council meeting, our salaries started getting posted online. And I can tell you, I am the only person that has requested those salaries. I initially requested them, I believe, 2023 and 2024. I was told they didn't exist. Then they started being published online at the council meeting. Then fake accounts started appearing, posting our salaries. Other fake accounts started appearing, saying, you know, that they equate us to prostitutes, that they try to justify our overtime, saying it's excessive. Again, I've got up here at every single meeting and said why we have our overtime. It is the cheapest way to provide fire protection to the citizens of Eastbank Consolidated, as well as unscheduled overtime, which provides a minimal level of fire protection for those employees that are on sick leave or on annual leave or anything like that. So again, if we want to talk about transparency, I can tell you with almost 100% certainty that everything posted from our Jefferson Firefighters Association page is accurate. If there's anything that is inaccurate, please tell me what's inaccurate.
It's not, it's a part of the picture.
I understand.
And when you have post after post saying that you all make 1053, do you think that's accurate to the public? Because the public would say 1053 times the hour works, that's what you put in the bank. And that's the problem. It's not, guys, I really don't have a problem with you asking for more money. I get that costs are high. Healthcare costs are high, insurance is high. I understand that. I understand families are struggling. I also understand that if I were to propose to do a tax increase, that we're also putting it on families that are struggling. So there's a balance of that. You understand?
Absolutely.
We agree with that, right?
Yes, absolutely.
But you're not including the whole picture of what you put in your bank account. And I know when you work unscheduled overtime, that's extra hours that you're away from your family, that you're having to work. I get that. I'm not trying to take that away from you. But to the rest of the world, the wage you make when they go to work, that's the wage, that's everything they put in their bank account. And for you all, you have many buckets of different portions of salary, whether you call it base pay, supplemental pay, guaranteed overtime, unscheduled overtime. And you have to use that as a whole picture. And just saying the base pay to the public is deceptive.
Ms.
It's
Shang,
deceptive.
you just did
And that's
that.
what bothers me more. Not that you're asking for more money. Really. It's that it's the deceptive nature of your social media campaign.
Ms. Shang, you just did that. You used our base pay for our starting firefighters. Then our higher end range, you said $190,000. You did the exact same thing you accuse us of doing.
I don't understand that argument.
You just read out that we make $21,000, $22,000, $23,000, $24,000, and then you said the highest end is $190,000. So what you just did, what you just did was you used the base pay of firefighters and then all those different buckets of pay for the assistant chiefs to make it look like there's this massive disparity. I'm telling you what the disparity is. Our base pay is 26 and some change. For base pay firefighters, that's step one in the pay plan, which is $10.53 an hour, which we have maintained is the starting pay for firefighters. We've always said that's where our firefighters start. They get 5% raises for the first 14 years, then get 2% from years 15 to 23.
And you know many posts that you don't get any raises.
Excuse me, ma'am. I'm still.
But that's we ran your time when you were speaking, and that's your 3 minutes.
May I rebuttal? As I was interrupted multiple times.
But your time was stopped as you were not speaking. When the parish president was speaking, your time was stopped.
May I at least finish the explanation?
Finish your sentence, please, and then let's move on.
Thank you. I appreciate it. So we get 5% raises, and then 2% raises from year 15 to 23. Parish employees also get 5% raises and additional COLAs. We do not get those things. So again, if we're talking about being transparent, let's please be transparent all around. I'm not looking to argue. I'm not looking to fight. But if we want to be transparent, I can promise you our page is transparent.
Okay, let's.
And I've committed to you. And this association is committed to you. We will do whatever we can to work with you and provide an equitable raise within the confines of the budget.
Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Mark Decker, 3913 Cypress Street. I hear a lot of numbers being thrown around, and one of the things that I want the public and this council to know is when you say, what they make, what their salary is, you're factoring that in for a year. A fireman works 38-hour days a month. Let's be honest. It's 24 hours, 7 a.m. to 7 a.m. in a day. 365 8-hour days a year. I don't think you'd expect anyone else in the parish to work that kind of schedule. So when you start saying they make $190,000 a year, $180,000 a year, And we keep saying what our hourly rate is because we work infinitely more hours than the rest of the employees in this parish. And that's something that facts are facts, data is data. You can present facts and data in any way you want and skew it to your opinion. And I don't want to see that happen with this pay study, that with the PR firm that's going to be hired to come show the facts. I read the pay study. There are 5 pay studies in the pay study. We didn't need 5 pay studies. We needed 1 pay study that we all agreed on, and that is not what we got.
Frankie Hires, 509 Homo Boulevard, just trying to spark a little curiosity in a way we could go solve this. We could solve, like, $9 million, that's it? $9 million, that's all it would take to make this big fix? I watch you piss away tens of millions of dollars every council meeting. Everybody, you gave yourselves $3.5 million. We could settle this right now. Oblige yourselves to cover the underpaid's health insurance right now. You got $500,000 of the people's money, each and every one of you. But you're not going to do this. Why? Because you're allegiant to the municipalities. And/or we don't have a delegation at the state. Those state laws, the reason they're written that way is because the fire departments in the 49 rural parishes that control the state legislature, they don't suffer for this. They only got one guy at each of those positions that you can't afford to give a raise to, so they don't suffer for this wage compression as the big parishes do. Made enemies of each other. Orleans and Jefferson Parish diminished in their capacity at the state government. None of you, not one of you showed up at the redistricting meetings to redress this. Not one of you. The only person who even showed up at UNO was Brian.
Mr. Hires, let's take it down a notch, please. We're not going to do this. Settle down or you're out. Okay? Stop yelling at this dais. I've had enough. Now continue at a normal volume, please.
Your chief of staff is the only one who showed up at a redistricting meeting at UNO. Not one of you. Not one elected official showed up on behalf of the citizens of Jefferson Parish.
We had our own redistricting.
To redress anything. Yeah.
That was state redistricting.
Yeah.
We did our own redistricting.
And you didn't even hold those charter reviews by law. Again, nobody showed up at the redistricting meetings on behalf, but Vernon Parish, they showed up. Every other parish, the rural parishes, they showed up at every one of those redistricting meetings. The only one who did show up to encourage me on behalf of this parish, because I went to 8 of them. The only person who showed up, Mr. Walker, Chairman, was your chief of staff to encourage me. But not one elected official stood up on behalf of the disenfranchised delegation. So don't try and sell these people on lip service. We have no power at the state government. You're not going to get anything done to benefit them. So why don't you just do this with our discretionary money that you've sacked away, that you spend liberally on every cooperative endeavor agreement you can imagine, whether it's $10,000 to Island Cats or it's $12,500 to a private PR firm or whatever. How about you dig out of your wallets, cover their health insurance for the guys that are making less than $20 an hour? Do it. Fix this thing. Be representatives. My at-large positions, you're senators. I understand. You can just take any position you want. So you can jump on board with the firemen, support them in a deferral, but it carries no weight. You support and you oblige yourselves to the parish-wide efforts.
That's your time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I do appreciate it. Please don't interrupt me again.
Please don't raise your voice this dais again, or you will not come back up to the dais. You'll be removed from the meeting. Absolutely. All right, leave. Mr. Hires, go. Thank you. We're not doing this again. You're not going to come up here at the podium every meeting and yell at this dais. Have some respect for the rules of decorum and the people who are up here at this dais. That's how we're going to do it. No, don't speak. Don't speak. Don't speak.
You're
No.
speaking to me from the dais.
Don't speak.
I'm in the gallery leaving.
Please
you
go.
have no business speaking
Please
to me.
go. Don't tell me
You
what my
act like a
business
chairman.
is. Don't tell me what my business is. Please leave. Apologies for that.
No problem, Councilman. Craig Burkett, Jefferson Firefighters, 1312 Airline Park Boulevard. Again, we keep coming back to the same thing. We did commit to work with Ms. Shang and the administration to try to find some resolution, but I'm probably the one of few that are going to tell you, and I agree, thank you, Ms. Van Rankin, Mr. Walker. I don't care if you hire a PR firm or not. You don't have 60 days. We've done everything we could to hold back our members. We have direction. I don't know that you could get us a contract signed that quick, to be quite frank. This has been kicked down the road for 6 years. We're doing everything we can to retain our younger firefighters that are filling out applications and looking for other. It ain't about walking off the job. Even though y'all have yet to even go research your own resolution, to be quite frank, if you notice, we haven't really lobbied for votes. We don't care. We don't care who votes for us. Y'all are mandated by an age-old law in this parish that says if we're going to give you an agreement not to strike, you have to meet in good faith, which has not been done in 6 years. You have to be honest, and to me, the PR firm, we can talk about spin. You can't put your employees or your aides or your friends on air releasing public information that has not really been released publicly, skew it and talk about how transparent you want to be. That just doesn't work. That's what has created this. So to sit there and try to now spin that again and say, well, once again, we will be debating these issues publicly with or without you. If you're an elected official, you will be. We have begged y'all to become knowledgeable. Ms. Sheng, the $10.53 an hour, I will sit here as the vice president of my organization and say, just like every police department in this state, just like most fire departments, we get state pay. It's not a secret. It happens all over the state. But by the law, that is not supposed to be used to offset the money that is paid by the local government to its public safety workers. It's by law excluded. So to try to use that as an offset, yes, it's included. And if you're going to include it, New Orleans is at $15.74 under the same laws and stuff for its firefighters, plus state pay. So no matter who you compare to, you wind up at the same place. So, again, we can keep doing this all day long, but eventually we're going to be doing it in a public place. I would just ask that the council and the elected officials who will not be able to hide behind any PR firm in the civic association meetings, you're going to need to come up to speed on it. Strongly suggest you do so because that time is ticking. We've done everything we can. We will always continue to keep trying to find resolution. But at this point, you're gonna lose good firefighters to neighboring departments over a pay issue. And last but not least, just the last meeting with the administration, Mr. Walker has been told, or certain councilmen have been told, that our existing millage is going to be a shortfall. We have turned over the documents that showed 90% of your payroll.
That's your time. Wrap it, please.
90% of your payroll, which is supposed to be the lion's share of our dedicated millage, y'all have let that follow behind by inflation by up to 70%. So the question is, where's the money? We got told that the money's been spent.
We got to wrap it. Thank you.
Somebody's going to have to answer for it. Thank you.
Can somebody lower the microphone a little bit?
Thank you. Carly Burkett, 1312 Airline Park Boulevard. These firefighters run into burning buildings when everybody else is running out, and they never ask for anything in return except to know their family and community are safe. But now, firefighters have to fight just to be paid fairly. That hurts to see because I know how hard they work and how much they sacrifice. They are heroes, and all I want is for the people in charge to treat them with the respect they deserve. Please stop making our bravest fight for something that should already be theirs.
Ron and Renata, Jefferson Firefighters Association, 783 Highway 1085. I find it disingenuous of the council to issue proclamations for a hero when it's time for photo ops and at the very same meeting not only sit silent, but actively request to hire a PR firm using taxpayer money to spin a narrative, fight and attack firefighters seeking a fair wage. A Google search shows the last time Jefferson Parish hired a PR firm was 2019. How many raises for other employees have been approved and received since then? How many projects for pickleball courts, brew houses, and other pet projects have been approved since then? It's convenient that no PR firms or pay studies were needed for these things that you as a council voted to see happen. It's only the things you oppose that get this special treatment. You say the purpose of this firm is to bring light to facts. Facts don't need a face or a person to state them. As Ms. Van Rankin said, they can be uploaded directly to the parish website. Personally, I don't care if you post my salary, but don't hide how many hours it took me to earn that. Ms. Bohannon, you said the only way to do this is to hire an outside firm, that the public has a right to know in a clear and concise way. I'd like to remind you what you just said about the pay study. You just said it came back as 369 pages of confusion, not clear nor concise. Every parish in the state follows the same promotional increases that we do. It's a state law, as you said, President. Why are we the only parish in the state that needs a PR firm to explain it? I can tell you I don't need a PR firm to explain to me that $10.53 an hour is what you should be embarrassed about. Your intentions are glaringly obvious. You're attempting to weaponize the citizens' tax dollars that they've given in an effort to fight logic and protect hidden interests. My final question is for the Jefferson Parish citizens who see this meeting. Ask yourself, why would someone in power fight this hard to stop something that's logical and also supported by the citizens that gave them that power? Could it be that there's a benefit to the ones in power that they don't want us to know about? Additionally, I find it interesting that the resolutions dealing with the fire department always are last on the agenda. We've been here since 10 o'clock. It's 2:40. It seems like that's just another tool being abused to inconvenience the men and women who come to oppose your efforts. As the saying goes, follow the money. Remember, the truth always comes out in light.
Paul Ricaldi, 134 Richland Drive South, Mandeville, Louisiana. I'm not here to throw stones. I'm not here to argue. I just want to give you guys the facts and tell y'all exactly what's going on with us. For one thing, I did bring my paycheck. So anyone who wants to see it, I make $35 an hour. I'm a captain on the fire department. I also have past paychecks so you can see exactly where I started. When I started off on this job 26 and a half years ago, I made $5.45 an hour. That's just 30 cents above minimum wage at the time. So after 7 years of working the fire service, I had climbed to a whopping $7.30 an hour. It wasn't until my 8th year and a hard fight that we got a 35% raise. That put me over $10 an hour. I was on 8 years. I already fought Hurricane Katrina, stayed with all of that. All right, do you know how long it took me to make $35 an hour? 24 years. I've been on 26 and a half years now. So I don't think we are overpaid. And now I'm being told that rookies can't get a raise because if they do, I'll have to get a raise. And I'm not worth that much, I guess. So I don't believe that's too much money for the responsibilities that we carry, the fires that we have, the rescues that we have, the burden that's put on us when we go to a fire, we have to worry about our firemen and the public. That's the weight that we carry every time we go to a fire. On our job, it's totally different than most people, even y'all. If you make a mistake or you make a mistake, a click of a pen or maybe a phone call and it's straightened out. If I make a mistake, I could lose a life. So our job is very important. We carry a lot of weight. So this raise right here I'm fighting for is not going to benefit me. I'm leaving. I'm going in a drop in a few months, not because I want to, but because I have to. This is my 3rd battle with cancer. I just left Toro this morning. I've been there since 7 o'clock in the morning, and I've been sitting here all day, and I'm exhausted right now because I'm going through radiation treatments. So I also have a lung issue that I'm fighting right now that I've had for a year. I was working during that time, but went down to the emergency room at Mardi Gras Day that morning, found out my cancer's back. So now I'm dealing with a lung issue because of that pain. They found out that I have aspergillus in my lung. I'm fighting that, and I'm fighting cancer. So it's time for me to go. I understand it. So I just really want to let y'all know that these firefighters behind me, I don't want them to go through what I'm going through. I have a great job. I love my job. I knew what it was before I came on.
That's your time, sir. Just wrap it, please.
Okay. Well, I knew what I was getting into, and I don't have a problem with that. But I do have a problem with working 100 hours a week to try to support your family. That's what I had to do, and I don't want them to have to do that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm Travis Bozeman, 4604 Conlin Street, Metairie, Louisiana. I have 20 years on. I want to just follow up with what Paul was saying, because that's one thing. Everybody looks at how much we make, and you post this large figure, and you don't realize that we work 16 months worth of hours in that 12-month period. So it's really kind of, convoluted. The other things you don't see, like Paul just mentioned, is the risk of cancer. We all have cancer policies, secondary policies, because being a fireman, it's not whether or not you will get cancer, it's just when you get cancer. Not to mention the emotional scars, the situations that I've lived through in my lifetime. I've seen things that I regret, things that have made me sad. They're with you. People pass in this life all around us. We have the risk of fires and burns. I don't really care about my own well-being. I took this job to help make a difference in somebody I've never met before. And so all these men behind me, we're just trying to make a living. We're working 2 or 3 jobs. I'm 20 years on, so I've done construction on the side. And it's gotten to the point where maybe I make more on my side job than this job. But that doesn't make it right. It doesn't make it right that I spend 16 months of time in 12 months working this job below the national average. And then we talk about Jefferson Parish, and we talk about, well, we have to do better than average. Well, Jefferson's the richest, parish in the state. So shouldn't we be above average? I look at our fellow, the police officers. They're my heroes, right? I couldn't be a policeman. I'm a fireman. I can risk my life, but I can't put myself in front of people that want to harm me. So the policemen get out of the academy, and I believe make upwards of $24 an hour, plus state pay, plus overtime. So next thing you know, they're doing very well, but they deserve it. But why do we not? That's my point. I didn't see my little girl walk. I didn't hear her first voice, her first words. I've told you all this before. We're just trying to do better. We're trying to do better by our neighbors, our friends and family, and we just want above average. We do. And whatever you can do to be transparent with the union and find some common ground, please do so. And Paul is the greatest guy in the whole world, and we could only all want to be as good a man as he is.
Thank you.
Frank Cusamato, 2117 North Woodlawn. I'm not going to go 3 minutes because of the day is long, but I've heard that one of the biggest problems is the pay differential from the ranks by state law. I've been on this executive board for 44 years. I've been in many of these negotiations, certainly not this one. But I also sit on a state board that oversees entire state's firefighters. I'm in the 7th district. I've never heard in my 44 years, well, that board I've only been sitting on for about 20 years. All the jurisdictions adhere to the state law. I've never heard of anybody on my board in the professional firefighters come before us and say, Baton Rouge don't want to pay this. Crowley don't want to pay this. This is the first time I've ever heard this in Jefferson Parish, that a state law that has been on the books for many, many years, and all other jurisdictions pay that and have no problems with it. It's coming from my home unit here, Jefferson Parish. All of a sudden, we got a pay problem, paying a guys that, like Paul said, 24 years to be a captain, 28 years to be a chief. and you're going to penalize longevity. It's sad. That's all I have to say.
All right, if there's no one else. One more. Two more.
Go ahead, brother.
My name is Joshua Mosby. I live at 805 Sophia Street, River Ridge, Louisiana. I don't have a law degree, but I have a minor in psychology, and I know a pretty good gaslight when I see it. We're talking about intimidation. Ms. Bohannon, your employee, Emil Larson. Emil Larson, in tandem with a fake account, doxed my home address. So at the last council meeting, I spoke, and anyone who stands up is intimidated and threatened. Within 24 hours, he did that. Mr. Larson started off at $25 an hour. You hired him last year. You gave him a $6 an hour raise. He's hired as a stenographer. I called the state. He has no qualifications to be a stenographer.
You know, it sounds to me like maybe you have some issues with Emil Larson.
No, I don't. I really don't, because I don't have a problem with people threatening me. I don't care. But my little girls, I have two little girls, Tim, and they're 4 and they're 2. And this man knows I work 24-hour shifts. So I don't care who he is. He can come to my house. I'd love it. Threaten me with a good time. That'd be great. What I have a problem with is someone threatening my children. So that's what I have a problem with. I have a problem with someone saying that I'm worth nothing when you just hired a man without qualifications, gave him a $6 an hour raise to $31 an hour. It's not a problem of me as a person. It's a problem with you look down on my profession as nothing, because obviously a man with no qualifications can make $31 an hour. I'm 12 years. I make $23 an hour. We can make this a national news story if you'd like, because my wife's uncles, all FDNY retired, there for 9/11. They were there for the rescue and recovery. Her godfather was on scene when the towers fell. Look them in the eyes and say, you said 3 council meetings ago to my executive board, you guys sound like a bunch of crybabies.
I said that?
Did you say that?
Absolutely not.
Okay, well, so whether or not it's true or not, we can have these men come down here and you can speak however you like, and you're not going to. We can make this a national news story if we'd like. I'd love it. It'd be great. But at the end of the day,
Continue to threaten. Go ahead.
I'm not threatening.
That's what you do. You guys, I've never said anybody was a crybaby, and I'm not going to be responsible for any beef you may have with Emil Larson. I'm going to tell you this. He's a very highly decorated police officer, okay? And he's well respected in the community. But if he has threatened you, threatened your children, what you need to do is call the police.
No, it's
because
happened.
I'll be the first one supporting his arrest if that happened. But I have a really good feeling that that's probably not what happened. But let me tell you what, if anybody on my staff ever threatens you, you call the police. I will support their arrest.
No, I have. What Mr. Larson did, he's opened the gateway to actually track all the IP addresses of all the fake accounts, so which is great. So
Sounds like a fairyland type of stuff. If you got proof of that, like I said, go to the police. Go to the
gotcha.
police.
Appreciate it. Appreciate your candor and appreciate you talking down to me. Love it.
I'm not talking down to you. I'm not talking down to you. You just got up here and threatened me and threatened Emil. So call the police, sir.
Hey, good afternoon. My name is Ben Bonch, 380 Autumn Wind Lane, Mandeville, Louisiana. I'm here on behalf of several different reasons. My parents own a condo here on Lake Avenue, so they enjoy the protection of the firefighters. I'm also a union rep, so I'm here in solidarity with my brothers and sisters. And I got family and friends that are in the fire department. Man, I thought we were crazy up in St. Tammany, but this is eye-opening. I don't think I can really add much to what's already been said. These folks are heroes, okay? I don't understand the need to hire a PR firm. And again, this doesn't apply to me because I live in St. Tammany, so my taxes don't necessarily are affected by this. One thing that wasn't mentioned was how much are you guys going to pay the PR firm? And is the purpose of the PR firm to encourage the public to support maybe a tax increase to pay these folks? Because I don't understand why you would have to hire a PR firm to justify pay for these guys and ladies. The other thing is this, and like it was mentioned already, I hear a lot of comparisons with, maybe admin folks make this much and you guys are making this much, but you guys, again, are failing to account for the fact that these guys behind me, they don't do a regular job. They don't do a job like we all do, okay? I mean, they are exposed to seeing dead bodies. They're exposed to having their life threatened when they're running into the building, we're running out. And what bothers me the most right now, as I'm thinking about it, I mean, I wanted to say other things, but I think I want to highlight this the most. Whenever an event like 9/11 happens, or even Katrina, you know, that's when these guys should be asking for the pay raise, because when those things fade from memory, this is where we end up. Do we really need to pay these guys? Yeah, we do, absolutely. And here's the other thing I'd like to say: they're not asking for more money; they're asking for the money that they deserve. They're underpaid. That's the whole point. And this whole thing with the state law that if you pay the lowest ones a certain amount, you got to pay everybody else. Yeah, you do. Everybody needs a pay raise. Everybody should be getting a pay raise. You shouldn't just be focused on the lower end guys and ladies. But the point is this: I really don't understand it. It embarrasses me as a citizen of the state and this nation that these guys have to come here and beg for a pay raise. It reminds me of what happened with the New York guys, with the 9/11 folks that had to get Jon Stewart to go to Congress and ask them to keep paying for their health and stuff like that. That you got firefighters who are dying of cancer and stuff like that are begging to have their pay and their illnesses covered. It doesn't make any sense. And I'm not trying to denigrate the council or you, Madam President, but you guys should be embarrassed. These guys shouldn't have to be here. They should be with their families and not wasting their whole day here today. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Kevin Crossan, 118 E Street, Jefferson Firefighters. Y'all say it's a shortfall of $9 million. Every other fire department in the state and nation, they run their budget of payroll 90%. Ours is running 40-something%. So there should be money there. If we start bonding out firehouses, bonding out fire trucks, we're writing checks for $1 million vehicles. We're wasting money or mismanaging our funds. If we don't mismanage it, we can afford the raise all the way around, from the bottom to the top. Go to social media. I don't want to attack you, Ms. Bohannon. At that April council meeting, you swore to change state law. On Facebook, you cast the first stone, and you said, I'll cut overtime even at the cost of taxpayers. You did. It's screenshotted. It's out there. There's no apology for it, nothing. That's why we're so bitter. You threw the first stone, and you act like...
It's not accurate.
It's to attack on social media is a two-way street.
That was not an attack. It was said over and over again, and you guys have said it many times today. We have forced overtime. We are forced to work overtime. I was offering an olive branch. If you are telling me you don't want the forced overtime, then let's work to change that. That's what I said.
That's not...
But if you guys want the forced overtime, then let's keep it. I was offering. If we are looking for solutions, if you're upset that you're forced to work overtime, and we've heard it many times today, we have to work more than any other parish employee. That sounds unfair to me. So if you're asking for change, then let's help change it. If you're not, then let's leave it. But I was offering that. That does not mean I was attacking you or your salary. I was offering an olive branch to try to come up with a solution.
To make a statement to say I'm going to change state law, you're not just attacking the firefighters of this parish. You're attacking firefighters all across the state.
I never said that.
Look, you have a minute and a half left, and just let him finish, and then you can respond to whatever he says at that point, so you get through it.
As far as the olive branch, we didn't see that way. It wasn't explained. You've met with our e-board a couple of times. You spoke with a captain who explained things to you over and over again, but you don't take the time to understand how our pay works, the hours. We're not forced to work the overtime. I sign up for additional overtime every day that it can. We have scheduled, that's in our 56.5-hour work week. The other overtime, I sign up for it. It helps pay for my health care, for any other things I want. I shouldn't be ridiculed for signing up to work more. I shouldn't have my pay say I make $150,000. I work the hours for it, every hour, every single hour. All of us do. We want to work. We want to make better. I would rather get a raise and not work on my off days, not sign up for more overtime, and have more time to spend with my family. It's not forced overtime. It's y'all are being misled in how our pay works and how our schedule works.
It's not misleading. It was a comment that we're forced to work overtime. I was offering to help with that. If you took that to mean that I was going to go and make some attempt on my own as a council person from Jefferson Parish to change state law, then I apologize that you misinterpreted what I meant.
Thank you.
That is not what I said.
Thank you. And lastly,
You have 5 seconds.
Lastly, the social media, Jefferson firefighters' salaries. Will one of y'all in this building own it? Please? And we can end that.
Councilwoman Van Vryken.
I just wanted to add, because I did ask at the last meeting in Grand Isle that as quickly as the pay study could be released to us, that it was. I do want to thank you for moving that along, because I know that was frustrating not to even have that done. And I appreciate Steve Lachute coming across the hall, sitting down, explaining it. I actually came into the meeting kind of hopeful, because I know y'all have a meeting tomorrow. Look, I'm an optimist. I know you all have started the negotiations. I know, Mr. Burkett, you're going to be going into the meeting to give some clarity to the numbers you all are presenting. I hope that this has been a rough day. I hope we can redirect our energy into figuring this out together and ending in a fair place, because all of us up here are having to balance making sure that our firefighters are adequately appreciated, and also not raising taxes, because I know we are not in a position to be able to do that. So look, let's all work together and figure it out.
I also have one thing. You know, I know somebody made the good point, the valid point that we honor the firefighters that we're in this position, but I do want to, you know, recognize Captain Paul. I don't know what's his last name. But with 27 years in service, battling cancer, for you to come in, after your treatments, to come and speak on behalf of the firefighters, it meant a lot to me. So I want to thank you for your testimony and your dedication, and for your years of service.
Madam Clerk, please read the ordinances for introduction and a summary.
A requested variance to the landscape and buffer requirements of the CBZ Collision Center at 3000 Richland Avenue on lots 207, 208, and portion of 271A Manson subdivision. Preliminary and final plat of subdivision of lots 26A1C3 and 26A1A Churchill Farms into lots 26A1C3A, 26A1C3B, and 26A1A1 in the dedication of Fairfield Boulevard Churchill Farms subdivision. Amending the official zoning of Lot A1, Section 6, and 29 Township, 13 South Range 23 East Southeast District, located at 685 Seven Oaks Boulevard, amending the zoning classification from IL to IH. Approving requested variance to the landscaping of the MUCD Mixed-Use Corridor District for Fat Boys Pizza, located at 1535 Lapalco Boulevard on Lot E2C1, Track 9, Section C, Oakdale subdivision. Approving the preliminary and final plat of subdivision lots 1B, 1D, and X5, Block 6, Section C, Oakdale, into Lot 1BX, Block 6, Section C, Oakdale subdivision. Amending the official zoning map of Jefferson Parish, Lot X5, Block 6, Section C, Oakdale subdivision, more particularly amending the zoning classification from R1A, single-family residential, to MUCD. Amend ordinance number 26842, the phasing plan for the Slater Tour Academy on Lot Y1B, Square 41, Unit 1, Pontchartrain Garden Subdivision, Section D, zoned R1A Single Family Residential District. Approving requested variances to the sign regulations and the landscape and buffer requirements of the CBZ Porsche New Orleans located at 8900 Veterans Memorial Boulevard, Lot H2A1, Square X, Westgate Subdivision. Amending the official zoning map for the certain lots and portion of lots, more particularly amending the zoning from R3, R3C2 to R3C2, R1A, C2, R1A to C2, amending the future and land use URB, COM, SUB, URB under resolution number 144563. Approving requested variances to all required landscaping regulations of the CBZ for Mr. Wheelchair located at 1201 Jefferson Highway on Lot 20A, Square Number 6, Hyman Subdivision. Amending the official zoning map, Lot 3A1, Square 15, Belt Bridge Subdivision located at 169 8th Street, more particularly amending the zoning classification from R1A single family residential to R2 two-family residential. Lots 19, 20, and 21, Block A, Hope Haven Subdivision, lots 1 through 12, Square A, lots 13 through 29, Square B, August Isle Subdivision, with a waiver to the general design standards in accordance with Section 33-2.35 subdivision waivers of the Unified Development Code. Approving requested variances to the rear yard setback regulations of the CBZ C2 for a car dealership located at 309 David Drive on Lot 7, Square B, Airline Vista Subdivision. Amending the Code of Ordinances, Chapter 36, Traffic and Motor Vehicles. Amend Section 2-304, 2-306, and 2-471 of the Code of Ordinances relative to the conversion of the Department of Ecosystem and Coastal Management into the Office of Ecosystem and Coastal Management, and placing said office and the Director of Ecosystem and Coastal Management under supervision of the Director of Environmental Affairs, and to amend the title of Division 13.5 of Article 5 of Chapter 2. Amend the Code of Ordinances of Jefferson Parish, Louisiana, repealing Section 6-19 relative to the prohibition of alcohol beverages at amusement places. Amend Ordinance Number 14796, the pay plan for the classified service of Jefferson Parish, to revise the pay grade for the class of Assistant Director Finance. Amend Ordinance Number 14796, the pay plan for the classified service of Jefferson Parish, to create a new pay grades. Amend Ordinance Number 14796, the pay plan for the classified service of Jefferson Parish, to revise the pay grade assignments for the class of Purchasing Coordinator. Amend Ordinance Number 14796, the pay plan for the classified service of Jefferson Parish, to revise the pay grade assignments for the class of Recreation Special Program Supervisor. Amending the 2025 operating budget, amending the 2025 capital budget, and that's all the ordinances I have to read.
Is that all? Any objection to the adoption of the ordinances read in a summary? A motion of Councilwoman Van Vranken, seconded by Councilman Walker. Hearing none, so ordered. Any objection to the motion to adjourn by all council members present? Hearing none, so ordered. This meeting has ended. Have a great week, everybody.